we go. Good morning, afternoon, evening, good time zone. Welcome to the stream. We got a few upgrades if you couldn't tell by the stinger and background music for once. We don't have the sound of silence anymore. I actually split up my audio channels properly last night instead of only having desktop audio and microphone. I don't know how I operated like that for half a year. So I have split audio channels, I have background music, and I have stinger. So things are slowly improving. Hopefully the background music is fitting. I chose 2 tracks that seemed like they would fit the background that we usually have. Our Gloomy Abyss Tower Castle. It's just some ambient tracks from one of the free sound sources that Twitch recommends. In terms of updates for this week, we have a lot of NIKKE catching up to still do. We're gonna be trying to get through Chapter 44 today. We'll see if we manage to do that because people estimate it takes around 6 hours to go through it if you're actually reading and analyzing things, so we might be in for a long stream, otherwise we're gonna be splitting it up into 2 different streams. What was I thinking? Besides that, we also have to go through Moran's favorite item story and probably pair that with the hard mode scene. I went ahead and did the solo raid. We'll see what percentage I am at currently. I haven't done my dailies yet. I was busy doing other things before stream. If me being a few minutes late doesn't imply that. It's so weird having different audio channels because now I get to not get audio jump scared. I don't need to worry about something happening on my end and y'all getting to hear that. I don't have to worry about that anymore. You're not gonna get the random Windows sound ding anymore. On the other hand, now if I forget to unmute something like an idiot, I won't find out until later. You got pizza? You went down to let the dogs out so I was able to get it? Yay, you got your pizza. You're not gonna starve. That's good. Just looked at the group chat. My god. I need to block someone. Anyways. I need to, like, monitor my audio mixer in OBS until I'm used to this new setup. I'm not used to having this many bars. Yeah, let's move on over to the gaming screen and figure out what the hell's happening. The game should be currently muted. Where are you? There you are. I'll get used to this eventually. It'll be smooth at some point. I also didn't get to do my dailies, if that isn't obvious. I'm not gonna be doing them on stream, but I'm gonna be collecting my numbers so they don't overflow. Hopefully everyone is doing well. I woke up only like an hour or so ago. I have been feeling very fatigued lately. I should probably put my tail down. It's gonna get in the way of the screen. There we go. I think yesterday I slept for 12 hours straight, and the day before I was like 11 hours straight. I've been tired. Then today, how much sleep did I get today? I had insomnia last night, So I went to sleep at around 1 p.m. Then woke up at 7, so technically 6 hours. I got a normal amount, technically. I guess that's a little less than normal. The only reason I stayed up so late was because I was reworking the audio stuff and the stinger stuff. It was, I think, 4 or 5 a.m. that I decided to start doing that for absolutely no reason. I did not have to do it last night, I just chose to. The excuse that I have for that, like that decision, is because the previous stream, the one we had on Friday, was technically our half anniversary stream. That was the 6th month mark for us. So if I were to give a reason to why I didn't get as much sleep, was because I was setting stuff up to make the stream better, question mark? Compared to where the stream used to be like half a year ago compared to now, so much has changed. Everything besides my shit setup. My ass laptop is still the same. I'm just figuring out ways to work around it better. I'll get a better setup eventually. The only issue is getting a PC setup in this economy is expensive, especially the RAM. Everything else, fair enough, but the RAM, I will need to sell organs for that. I said I'm not gonna do dailies on stream, as I do them anyways, because I'm just yapping right now. This works actually. I tend to yap for a bit before we go into the main thing for NIKKE. The main reasons for me to get a new setup, graphics be a thing on this laptop. It can't handle a shit ton at once. The RAM is partially to blame for that, but it does not have enough power to support a ton of things happening at once. Like, the graphics have imploded on stream before, and I can't see shit when that happens. Either that or everything becomes pixelated and I can't read anything. Then there's the microphone issue when I have Discord up with a call. If my screen is not being pixelated, my voice is. Things to think about. There, that's the advisory stuff. What else is there? The one thing I do need to up the volume of, I think, is my own microphone audio, because I did some audio researching last night while setting all this up, and I didn't realize talking volume should be in the yellow section of the OBS audio bar. Because I always thought that was super loud, but apparently that's what the yellow section is intended for. I thought that was just like a warning area before it starts peaking. But the OBS guide says otherwise. Because I do tend to be pretty quiet when it comes to talking, unless I'm in call and yelling over people. This stream is gonna be like a test stream for audio. I'll go back and check if I'm too quiet or if someone yells at me that I'm too quiet at some point during this stream. I'll probably up that, but trying to keep things at the same levels that they used to be. Let's see how it goes. At least I think everything's the same levels. Unless I mess something up during the setup, that's possible. I see my Discord blowing up over there. I'm gonna be a good streamer and not check that right now. Otherwise, I'm gonna get distracted. There's a bucket list of things I need to do this week, preferably. There's a few art things that I need to do. I've had a very big art block for a while, mainly due to depression, but feel like I'm finally out of it. So I need to finish up a few art projects I was working on. I feel bad like putting certain art projects on hold because it's not just for me in some cases. Those ones I need to get back to now that I'm finally out of my art slump. Your watch streak is 69, noise. Because on one hand, for art projects, it's like I kind of want to finish them as soon as possible, but at the same time, if I'm not feeling like doing art and I force myself to, the quality isn't gonna be there. So yeah, no, it depends per person for who's receiving it. You feel that way with writing? It's the same thing for writing for me, but writing, it's a bit different because art, I do it as a hobby, but I also want it to look well, especially if I'm showing it to other people or giving it to other people. I want it to be high quality. Writing really is just for myself. It's a way that I relieve stress and get thoughts out of my head. I use writing a lot to project depressing thoughts and not good thoughts, and like just eject them from my head in that manner. Because if I make a character suffer with the things my brain's suffering with, then I can move those thoughts onto something else. I use my writing in that way, so everyone in my stories tends to suffer because of that. There is rarely a happy story. Mood. Like the most recent one that I wrote, well, for one, it was at like 5 AM. So coherence is not really a thing at that point. I'm just spewing out words. It had some it had self-harm notes and a few other things in it. I'll leave it at that. TLDR, I do not do self-harm. It's just a thought process, you know? It's a thought process you sometimes have. It's a brain that goes, I wonder what would happen if... I mean, you had Dima attempt the Sudoku. I've had quite a few characters attempt Sudoku. I have a list of stories that show that theme. Rhythm Heaven Fever ass minigame. I think 2 should be enough for the gem reward. Or just play it once. I just need to go in and go out. Yeah, I had... Okay, before I talk about this, trigger warnings for anyone with those reactions to more darker themes. I've written stuff about the Sudokus, I've written stuff about self-harm, I've written stuff about severe depression, anxiety, mental breakdowns, emotional detachment, trauma, domestic abuse, manipulation, gaslighting, Stockholm Syndrome, grooming, etc., etc. I've written about most of those before at some point. How many of those have I experienced myself? I'm not gonna say, but... a lot of things I can understand is all I'm gonna put it at. Trauma be a bitch. I'm still at Diamond 5. I don't need to touch anyone. Wait, if you have a creative brain and you have an inclination to write stuff, writing is actually a pretty good way to, like, get your thoughts out in a therapeutic way. Especially if no one reads it. If it's for you and you alone, it's actually not a bad way to get rid of some depression thoughts. I'm trying to think, when did I start writing? That was a long time ago. The reason I started writing, though, I think it was because of reading way too much AO3, if I'm being honest. So everything stems off of horny, as it usually does with me. Because young Coco consumed AO3 and fanfictions as much as adult Coco consumes the doujin. I don't really read AO3 anymore, but it used to be a very big thing for me. That kind of shifted into writing stuff myself instead of trying to find very specific fanfiction that I needed for my brain at the time. Now I just write myself. Horny bottom? Horny, yes. Bottom, no. And I don't know how to feel about the fact that I said that while Mustang was screaming in the background anyways. You can change that. You get a head pat. Also some head, maybe. Well, this is loading. Okay, I might check. What the hell's happening in Discord? Why does it say 9+ notifications? What are you guys doing in this group chat? What are y'all doing in here? What the fuck? I'm not reading any of this out loud, but what the fuck? I'll respond to this later. You'll take the head, of course you will. I'm not surprised with that. Of course you will. Let's see here. Actually, I can do audio testing with this. Because I know for a fact the game is loud. Bullet shots are around 40. Jesus, it's loud. But now I can just adjust it in OBS. Thank God. Let's put the audio for battles at -20. There probably was like a sound boost right there. Apologies for ear bursting for like a second. We'll put it at -20 for battles and -10 otherwise. Because you can't really split voice and sound effects in-game. They kind of fall under... The sound effects fall under the same category as battle. I wish they were separate. The issue with putting it at -20, now everything is quiet. Well, I'll change it later once we're in a cutscene. A give good head? I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. I just find that really funny because I've always been under the assumption that I sucked at giving head. Yes, I said it like that on purpose. I was always under that assumption. Though, okay, there's a really big reason as to why. If you know what I'm saying. Hello, or we're being horny. Doing like an hour of yapping / dailies. Probably like half an hour, honestly. It's not gonna take an hour. Then jumping into chapter 44. Okay, speaking of horny topics. It's this channel that people should expect me to be horny at this point. You can suck, alright? Did Johan and Innocent hit you with the "Are you free?" Yes, they did actually. Both of them actually. From what I know, what chapter 44 is gonna be, they both did. Because Johan sent us a message near the end of 42. No, not 42. The timeline mix up. Johan sent a message at the end of Goddessfall, then Anderson just needs an update eventually. What the f... NIKKE? NIKKE crashed! I just saw a Unity error pop up. What the f... Okay, well, NIKKE is restarting. Huh. It's been a while since that happened. Not only that, but my model lagged for a second. Okay. At least, I don't think that... nothing else crashed, right? Was this NIKKE? Why is audio capture not working anymore? Come on, capture NIKKE. Did it break my audio capture? I think it did. Excuse me. The hell? One moment, you're gonna see a singer transition for a second. Hello? Audio capture? What the heck? Okay, one moment. See over here. Capture. Change capture back to NIKKE. Go back here. I think it's back now. Okay, I didn't know the application crashing. It's nukes the audio mixer in OBS. Okay, noted. I know how to fix it now. I heard you wanted to turn the volume down a bit and took it personally. I guess so. It's like, oh, you want to turn it down? Let me fix that for you. No audio for you. Huh. What were we doing before it crashed? I think we were doing sim room.
Simulation room はあるニケが作ったゲームを見て何よ。なんでそんな風に笑うの？余裕で勝てると思ってたら痛い目見るんだからね。
Yeah, it seems to be back now. I don't know what that was. Okay. Also, Dima, do you use the stream streak messages for anything but calling me a bottom? I feel like every single time you used it to call me a bottom. You can call me horny. That's still another version of calling me a bottom. So the answer is no. Okay. Okay, before things nuke themselves, I think I'll talk about horny topic. Yes. Twitch, this is educational, okay? Don't bonk me for this. In terms of giving head, some people are sucking head, yes. Which is the point. In terms of giving head, depending on how big your mouth is and depending on how big the thing you're sucking is, sometimes it just doesn't work out. If anything, the smaller someone is, the easier it is to give head. Bigger is not always better. Especially for someone with, like, a horrible gag reflex like me. He does have a pretty bad gag. You didn't have to reconfirm that, Dima. The main reason that I was under the assumption that I specifically sucked at giving head was because apparently the people that I gave head to in the past were way above average in terms of size. I don't know how I kept rolling the life gacha that way, but apparently everyone was above average and it was not a reasonable size to take into the mouth, if that makes sense. There's also the difference between showers and growers in terms of giving head. I don't like how the hydrate emote is noting the shit I'm saying down. God damn it. Because there's a very big difference between being a shower versus a grower, even if they're the same size at the end. It's a lot easier to give head to the growers than the showers. I don't know how useful this information is gonna be for everyone in chat, because I feel like 99% of people in chat are guys who will never give head to another guy. But still, you never know. May be relevant at some point. And I don't know what my viewer base is like on the YouTube end. There are people who watch the YouTube VODs for some reason. I apologize to the YouTube VOD, the VOD frogs, for the shit I say on stream. You know, my brain's contemplating the different flavors of dick. My brain's going down a weird path. Can someone redirect me? My brain's going down such a weird path right now. No? No redirection? God damn it. I feel like most guys know about this, or at least most people with a dick know about this. I can't generalize it to guys. Most people with a dick should know about this. The fact that your diet changes the flavor of your cum. But did you also know it changes the flavor of the outside a bit too, because of the pre-cum? The hydroredeem is technically appropriate considering the topic ends up with hydrating in a sense. It's a type of hydration. How well does cum hydrate someone? Because it's a bit sticky, right? Does it hydrate you or does it dehydrate you? I feel like your throat gets clogged up more if you drink cum, is the thing. Throw back to that one green text about the holy dragon. How here, Coco, let's find out. Not on stream, that's for Fansly. Hi, Seb. We're talking about head. Simply put, we're talking about head. What do you mean, as always? What do you mean? I'm not always this horny, I think. Am I? Wait, am I? You are? God damn it. I have VODs to check back on. Okay, I'm not always this horny. I'm wholesome 5% of the time. I just realized I decided to talk about the head topic when I'm wearing a ponytail. It was meant to be. I'm being too generous? Fine, 1% of the time. Streamlined when I said wholesome, really. Okay. The Twitch stream gods are determined I am wholesome without the W. Wonderful. I look cool though? Thank you. I have different bangs as well. I have like that K-drama Edo era? Why did I say era? Era hairstyle right now. Can confirm? What are you confirming? That I'm wholesome without the W or something else? Anyways, head pat the wife. I think I finished all my dailies while yapping about completely normal topics for this place. Very wholesome. The thing is... Okay, here's the funny thing. Anytime I make a new friend, they all assume I'm actually, like, wholesome with a W. Like, they think I'm this innocent little being, this angelic figure. In reality, I'm the devil. I'm a demon. I'm the one who's gonna corrupt them, but everyone has that same misunderstanding at the start. It's very funny. I should just tell them to come to my stream at some point, then they'll find out what I'm actually like. Because when I'm talking to new people, they get the filter of I'm trying to not make them uncomfortable. Chat does not get that filter. You had the same thought first time you were here? What was I talking about the first time you were here? Because I know it was a Persona stream, and I talk about random things during Persona streams. Like, completely random. Everything from life to cons to the friends that I have. Don't think you're with you. Yeah, Dima probably wasn't in chat if I was being wholesome. With a W. Things tend to derail the moment he's in here. Because I know specifically, one time you were here, Seb, I was talking about how I was, like, thankful for the friend group that I did find in the VTuber community early on. I think that was the first stream you were here. And if that's the case, then yes, you could have the wrong impression of me at first. I guess it's not wrong, that is a part of me, but you didn't see the unhinged part of stream. I think that's when he joins. Around then. I know exactly when you joined, actually. Nima and Jemmy were doing the gifted, like, wave. For some reason, they were throwing money at my face. You got dragged in here because of a gifted sub from Jemmy. Nima went to sleep by the point I was talking with you in chat. Yeah, I was talking about how thankful I was to both of them and, like, my friends in general. That was exactly the moment you joined. Yeah, you got the wholesome version of me the first time you were here. Then the stream right after, I probably was unhinged as shit. Damn, my memory's good. I tend to remember things really well. The only things I don't remember are the stuff my brain deems are unneeded and ejects it from my brain. Everything else I remember. It's a good thing and a bad thing. Ah, hello, Neon. Signal. I don't use you, but sure. Don't you remember what you ate today? You get a head pat. Neon. I like how everyone else in chat screams Tetra when someone shows up from that faction. Meanwhile, you scream Neon. Because that's the only storyline you fully know. Signal's a wholesome bean. Okay, I think... Do we have friendship pools? We have one temple. She is still a poor girl on the inside. She is. The thing with Neon, when you first start NIKKE at like the early chapters, she's just this comedic relief funny character who screams about firepower. You don't really know anything about her. She's just there to give you a small laugh, right? Then they drop this whole entire backstory lore onto you in the latest chapter. And now you just feel bad for her. Velvet? Do you want to see more Velvet, or where'd Velvet go? She was somewhere over here. There you are. You want more Velvet? Oh, and Velvet. You also know Velvet. Yes, you do. I think of the characters in NIKKE, the ones with the saddest backstory, they're either from the Goddess Squad or the Old Tail Squad or Neon, honestly. I don't think anyone in chat was here for the Goddess Squad storylines besides Goddessfall and like the bits and pieces that you've seen through the Snow White event. Old Tales, I'm pretty sure people weren't here for. If you were, then it was during like Little Mermaid's event, but even then, that was really early on in terms of this stream specifically, like this channel. Yeah, mainly Snow White though. Okay, I've been yapping for almost an hour now. Wonderful. Let's dive into the story because we're probably gonna have to split it up into 2 parts. If what people say is true and this is gonna take 6 hours. You're here on the Snow White story but didn't understand shit. Yeah, that makes sense, because the thing with Snow White's story, only that the short white hair girl died. The thing with Snow White's Goddessfall event and everything else, you need the context of Overzone, Red Ash, Old Tales, then bits of the main story. Like, you need a lot of context to understand that event fully. So not understanding shit, that is granted. Like, at the very least, you need Overzone and Red Ash to understand it. Speaking of, if we look at the timeline, like the actual historic timeline to when things happened, Red Ash is right here. That's the second thing that happened in the timeline. After Red Ash, it's Old Tales. That goes back and forth between those. Snow White's event's right here, Arc Guardian. And then after that is Overzone. So it's a middle event to those 2. Okay, 44, there you are. So we're starting with 2 Eden. We're back on track, we're back with the commander. Speaking of which, I think... Well, first of all, I need to up the volume again. No, that's way too high. God damn it. There we go. It was violated by Sen... It's not supposed to say that. Wait, why does it say send? Eh? Did something break in between streams? It's not supposed to say sender. God damn it. Something broke. Thank you for letting me know that. Why does it say sender? Wonderful. Well, I'm gonna have to fix that later. I think... No, not later. My brain won't let me do that later. I need to do it now. This thing's lag because everything's loading. I'm a coder. I can fix this really fast. Probably. How many things uses a sender? Damn it. You failed to bang. Congratulations. Who is sender? Why is it trying to bang your love pony? Your love pony, Seb. Got myself a low pony Batman. Okay, what is happening? Why does it say that? Chatbot, chat commands. Why are you tweaking? Time Jemmy up. There's no laws against the Pokemon Batman. No Joker. What's happening in chat? Okay, custom commands. Under sender bang. Is it because it's in curly braces? It works for the other ones. Wait, that might be it. Why is that one? Why is the bang one the only one in curly? Okay. This It's like you mistype a punctuation in your code. God damn it. Time jumping up and Jimmy is about to get ass fucked by a Pokemon? I mean, it depends on which Pokemon, because I know quite a few people would smash Pokemon, you know? Okay, so if I do... What happens if I do bang chat? Why does it say sender? Is it because... Oh, I know why, actually. God damn it, it's because 2 user. I love command line arguments. They're so fun. It only takes in 1. When it's using 2 user and it cuts off sender. God damn it. What happens? What happened if the bonk? Why does that work? It uses the same arguments. Wait, I was missing a punch. God, fuck. Fixed it. I was missing a punctuation. I did the novice CS idiotic mistake. I'm a failure. I have a CS degree and I forgot a punctuation. Oh, pain. My 4 years of CS amounted to nothing. Okay, it should be fixed now. I just gave myself emotional damage. 4 years of CS for what? Where there's a hole, there's a goal. Now come here, Coco. I'm good. I took so much emotional damage, I'm no longer horny. Okay, so if I do this, it should work. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I forgot a $sign. It's like missing a parentheses in code. Okay, I did a stupid. I did a very big stupid. Wonderful. Now y'all can violate anything you want. Wait, what? Why are you violating Nightwing? Oh dear lord. Okay, I'm not responsible for anyone that gets violated from here on out. Wait, why are you violating me? Oi! Maybe I shouldn't have fixed it. Okay, I'm gonna ignore what's happening. Don't think about it, not my responsibility. We're gonna play to Eden. Okay. Obvious spoiler warnings for anyone who's not caught up in the main story. We're on chapter 44. If you don't know what's happening and want to play it later, then avert your eyes and ears. If you don't care about that shit and you're here for the ride, welcome on in. You'll probably be confused. You'll get the context eventually. Twinkster. Okay. Yeah, from here on out, spoiler warnings for everything in main story, and I'm not gonna be held responsible for you staying here. Trickster from duty is a twink, therefore a twinkster. Yes. No, no one's cheeks are safe now. You just had to Zeb, you brought that on yourself. Your cheeks are also not safe. Chat, you're being held hostage by Kaka and it's hot. I'm not holding you hostage. You're not in my basement. What do you mean? You're holding yourself hostage. Have we actually been yapping for an hour? This is gonna become a thing at this point. He's lying? Eh? Even that's what a bottom would say. Annis? I just started the thing. Why are you moaning in my ears? Jesus. We good at yapping? That is true. The thing with me, the amount that I yap depends on two things. How many things are in my brain before stream starts, / how many things chat feeds me. If chat is yapping, I'll be yapping. And usually I'll be yapping for an hour or two. So if we're playing something and there's something to read, I need to get that out of my system first, otherwise I'm gonna be bouncing between the two things. I guess people having like an hour or two before a stream just to yap, it makes sense when you think of it like that. Kaka wishes she had the ability to tap. I'm being slandered. Not complaining at all. The moaning? Anyways. Redirecting the story. Man, it feels like it's been forever since we came up to the surface. Did we just leave Neon behind? It's like, Annis told us, yeah, Neon's been missing. Gets a text message from Johan. Best boy Johan needs us, we're gonna leave. We don't need Neon, she can handle herself. You wish I was slammed your bottom? I'll invite you. And surprise, surprise, I still don't miss it. I still don't enjoy it one bit.
スターと言った。
You'll rail me? Okay. That's not really a threat. Is everything going to be okay with that expansive armament? Star, was it? Yeah.
使いこなせそう？
Do you know how to operate it?
どうかしら。まだどんな機能があるのかもよく分かってないのよね。
Not really. I still haven't gotten a clue what I can really do. Note for the people who pay attention to details, Anna's got a redesign. Like a very slight redesign. If you remember what she looked like in the previous chapters, she had like waist bags, like literal bags attached to her waist as a belt. They got rid of that because it was pushing her booba up, so her booba looked very strangled by her shirt. Now they have some freedom. They have more jiggle room. I think they also changed the design of her belt, but overall, everything else is about the same. They gave her more breathing space. We can also see her hips and waist better. So I'll take it. Neither is biting you. I can still threaten you with biting your dick. Is that a threat? I think that's a threat. Biting everywhere else, maybe not, but I can bite your dick off.
社長は光学兵器を吸収して制御できるとか言ってたけど、まだピンときてなくて。
Boy bads. Okay, so that is a threat then. Boss said I can absorb optical weapons and control them, but I can't really wrap my head around that.
扱い方もまだよく分かってないし。
I have no idea how to do that.
だからってアークでちょっとテストなんてわけにもいかないでしょ。ビーム砲なんて気軽に買えないし。
And optical weapons cost a fortune, so testing in the arc is out of the question.
エデンで試射してもらえばいいわ。
Why don't we go to Eden and ask them to use one of their weapons?
死者って私にビームを？
What, you want them to shoot a laser at me?
ええ、光学兵器はエデンの得意分野というイメージがあるから。
Yeah, I bet they're good with optical weapons. Oh yeah, these two don't know that Eden got completely train wrecked. Yeah, they didn't really tell us, did they?
ああ、確かに。
Actually, that makes sense. If they still had their facility.
資材はあるし、ハイテクな感じもするし、ビーム砲ぐらい使わせてくれそうね。
They've got that rich, fancy schmancy vibe about them. I can totally see them using optical weapons like they're no big deal. That would be the case if the Queen did descend on them. Alright then, let's go and get as much help from them as we can.
はい。知らない関係でもありませんし、遠慮する理由もないかと。
Yeah, it's not like we're strangers to them. There's no harm in asking. You two just look a bit different since they last saw you.
フルーツも出してもらわないと。あそこの果物美味しいのよね。
I should snack some fruit while we're there too. They have the best fruit. I wonder why they suddenly reached out to me though.
具体的なことは何も。
They didn't tell you anything? No, all they said was to get there quickly. They forgot to mention that they got train wrecked?
いい話ではなさそうですね。
That sounds ominous.
パーティーの招待じゃなさそう。
Yeah, something tells me they're not inviting us over for a party.
アンダーソン副司令官からは。
Managed to mute before it sneezed. Heh. Now my nose feels itchy. Did Deputy Chief Anderson say anything? Not really, he just told me to head over. Perhaps he's overwhelmed by all the intel we brought back.
そりゃそうでしょうね。
Oh, Anderson is gonna be very overwhelmed once he finds out what happened at Eden.
フォービー
Probably.
ストがクイーンを生み出して、
The Four Beasts created a new queen.
おまけにフォービーストどころかそのクイーンまで味方につけたなんて。
Then they all somehow ended up on our side.
私だって初めて聞いた時は信じられなかったわよ。
Even I couldn't make sense of it when I first heard it.
私たちの子供、いえクイーンに関する情報が中央政府に知られる可能性はないでしょうか。
Grabby. You don't think information about the queen, or child I mean, will get back to the central government, do you?
私たちの
Rafi, you didn't have to mention that. She wants to brag to Annis, I guess. I just thought, naughty girl. You know I'll be a brat. Huh? What child? I think he'll be fine. The deputy chief said he'd only share it with a small group. Oh, we're just ignoring her question.
それならいいのですが。
We're just moving on. I hope so.
ねえ、何かおかしなこと言ってなかった？私の聞き違い？
Hold up, did I hear that right? Did you just say something about a child?
アニス、驚かないで聞いて。
Annis, I need you to listen carefully and promise not to freak out.
驚いてはダメよ。絶対に。
You must remain calm, no matter what.
あの子は私と指揮官。
The commander and I, we... Hey, wanna see a Vapid's bullet? The tip is all sparkly, it's really cool. I quickly pull out the Vapid's bullet. The crimson bullet glints in the light.
なんで急に？
Why are you suddenly showing that to us? I just whipped it out. It's like, yeah, look at this instead. Because it's awesome. Wow, look at it.
結構おしゃれだとは思うけど。
Yeah, really awesome, but...
ラピ、なんなのその目は。
Why are you looking at me like that, Rappy?
別に何でもないわ。
Nothing. It's nothing.
なんでもないはずないでしょ。なんていうか、その。
Don't give me that. What is it? You're definitely giving me a look.
いかにも勝ったって顔。
It's like you've got the words I win written on your face.
本当に何でもないわ。
I said it's nothing. Gemini are facing Pyramid Head's ass? Like, in a match, I guess? Are y'all playing 2v8 again? I know Gemini's been dragging into that recently.
教官から受け取ったアンチェインド弾ですね。頼もしい戦力です。
So this is the Baptist bullet you got from Ingrid. That's reassuring.
話、そらしたわね。
Hey, don't dodge the question.
一発限りなのは残念です。
It's a shame that it's only one round.
ま、いいわ。そのうち突き止めてやるから。
Okay, fine. But I'm gonna figure out why you're acting like this.
知らない方がいいこともあるわ。
Sometimes ignorance is bliss. Yeah, Annis, I don't know how you'd react if you knew, we shoved Rafi's old body and the white Vapis into an oven and out popped a child. I don't know how you'd react to that.
うわ、そう。見てなさいよ。
Oh yeah, we'll see about that.
ところで、それを作るには指揮官様の血が必要なんでしょ？
Commander, don't they need your blood to make more of these?
今回も血を抜かれたってこと？
Did they take some from you again? They did, but it didn't really work.
え？
What do you mean?
まさか指揮官、注射が怖いとか。
Don't tell me you're afraid of needles, Commander.
もう子供じゃないんだし、そんなわけないでしょ？
Nah, that can't be it. Only a kid would be afraid of needles, right? what if they tried to stab a needle in me, but the rate that the commander is regenerating just doesn't allow them to pull out blood? Yeah, the needle wouldn't go in. Huh? The needle just wouldn't go in, or rather, the moment it did, the puncture it made would close back up. Yeah, we're regenerating at a scary rate now. You're a gene. It wasn't ever this extreme. Certainly not before we encountered the 4 beasts. Actually, that might have been when it started, seeing how I survived that fall. Yeah, our fall from the heavens above from the mother whale. We should have been dead, honestly. Actually, I think we were dead. We were unconscious, our body was twisted in every grotesque way according to the 4 beasts. And we somehow just survived. After breaking every single bone in our body. So what does that mean? I don't know. At any rate, we weren't able to extract even half of the blood we needed. Though Ingrid did say it was enough for a single round. I don't think making bullets is the issue here. Are you really okay? Hell no, I'm not. I'm fine, there's nothing physically wrong with me, and I feel great. I've mentioned this before, and I'm gonna mention it again. When your body regenerates to this extent, either you become immortal or your body can no longer handle it to a certain point. The commander has death flags written all over him. His body's not gonna be able to keep up with the regeneration that he has at a certain point. It's gonna destroy itself from the inside out. That's not what I meant. How are you feeling mentally, Commander? This isn't something an ordinary person goes through. Honestly, I'm not really sure. Commander. You'll always be you, no matter what happens. Well, I see you as our commander. Don't forget that. Exactly. So don't worry. Whatever happens, we'll handle it. Alright, I trust you. It doesn't feel right talking about this without Neon. Yeah, let's swing by Aiden real quick, then go find her. I bet she's holed up somewhere sleeping. She was kinda sleeping, if you count being operated on unconsensually. For the one I missed. We're gonna get lore drops on Johan and Anderson, aren't we? The moment Anderson finds out that Lilith is back, at least in physical form. That night. Are we gonna have a talk with Annis? Oh, Mrs. Smith, hello. Annis got a text message. Saying you can't is not an option. You have to do it. It sounds nice, but it just feels like a lot. Why is that? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Yeah, kind of. If you're overwhelmed by the idea of attention, why did you become a pop star? That's not what I meant. You're worried because Annis isn't here. Yeah. Annis, are you reading this? Yeah. She changed her profile to be my star. Aw. You have to perform. This is no longer just a TT Star farewell concert. I kinda heard about that, but how did this happen? Manager. Mind explaining? Typing it all out is a chore for someone my age. To be star. Anyone impersonating an inspector may be subject to severe punishment. What did others say? Work-related matters must be communicated via email. Mint. Is this mint? Paprika. Practice is the only way to survive. It's kind of depressing when you read it like that. She is the one who always practices 24/7 to perfect stuff. That's kind of depressing in a way. Anna's taking down the Black Spire was broadcast live across the entire arc. Everyone was in an uproar over it, asking who she was. Information started popping up everywhere. Not just about Annis, but about TT Star too. And that led to a pouring in of eyewitness accounts of Annis during the Crystal terrorist attack. Oh, luckily though, nothing about Smile Time surfaced. I mean, even if it had, it would have been deleted anyway. A former pop star who stepped away from the limelight ends up saving the arc. How could anyone resist such a juicy story? You're the talk of the town now. Not just among music fans, but among everyone in the arc. In a good way, of course. So Mustang decided to dial things up a notch. A farewell concert is no longer just that. The focus is now on putting the public's mind at rest. We've even got the central government backing us. As such, your involvement is no longer optional. But I'm up on the surface right now. We pushed the date back as far as we could. The music and choreography are both coming together nicely. You can finish up what you're doing, then join us for practice. I have no idea when things will wrap up here, though. If you even think about backing out, I'll run up to the surface myself and smack you. I'm just saying that realistically, I don't see how it'll work. We'll work on getting the choreography and the music down. You finish up your work and join us as soon as you can. Like I said, I don't know when it will be done. You're good at what you do, right? So take care of your business and hurry back. We'll get everything ready. Is something wrong?
ごめん、起こしちゃった？
Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. It's fine. I can sleep anyway. Was that your friends from TT Star? Yeah.
ライブ決まったみたい。
Looks like we're performing after all. Oh, what's wrong with that?
現実的に考えて無理でしょ。
You know realistically I can't do it.
拡張武装も受け取ったし、これからは本気で地上を奪還しないと。
Now that I've got the expansive armament, I need to focus more on reclaiming the surface.
ステージなんてやってる場合じゃないっていうか、こんな状況だし。
Given the situation, I don't think now is really the time for a concert. I'd like to see it though.
私も。
Me too.
二人とも寝ないなら、なんで私に見張りさせてるのよ。
Her derp face. If nobody's gonna sleep, why'd I get stuck with night watch?
できるかしら。できると思う？
Can I do really this? I can, right?
当然よ。
I feel like the grammar there was having an aneurysm for a bit. Of course you can.
早く帰ればいいだけ。
We just had to finish up quickly here. Exactly.
うん。
Okay. Hello? Oh, it's her phone. Annis, why aren't you replying? You're not actually thinking of backing out, are you? Fine, fine, I'll do it. You're all being so persistent. I don't have much of a choice, do I? That's the spirit. We're counting on you. Yeah. I am being watered and Oh. I got degent. Ah. Wonderful. It's not really a horny moment right now. What am I being a degen over? If anything, this is kind of like an emotional moment for her. Pyramid heads ass at GG. No clue it's you? I mean, I guess Anis looks really good. Gotta feel up the tears. I don't think I'll be crying anytime soon, unless they decide to throw an emotional brick early on. Then let's not take any more of each other's time and get back to what we need to do. Okay, hang in there, Anis. I'll do my best. Don't get hurt. I won't.
二人とも早く寝なさいよ。
Go to sleep, you two.
アニスがステージに立つ夢でも見ることにするわ。
Someone fire the trauma gun? No. I'm going to dream of your performance tonight. Me too, me too.
アイドルとしてきっと爽やかに笑って私に手を振ってくれるわ。
Maybe she'll wave at me with that bright pop star smile of hers. Rappy's so snarky now, after like everything that's happened. It's lovely. One thing I noticed though, both of their designs has like the diamond star symbol on them. That symbol's kind of becoming like the commando units thing. I wonder if Neon's redesign's gonna have it. Oh, I hope she'll make a hand heart and wink at me.
可愛くでしょうか。それとも大人っぽく？
In a cute way or a seductive way? Either one would work.
早く寝なさいって。
I said go to sleep. Traces of the battlefield. They spend a long time looking around before finally glancing at one another. What in the world? Oh, we're in Eden, okay.
めちゃくちゃね。一体何があったの？
Correction, we're in the battlefield that the queen was fighting everyone. Okay. It's a complete mess. What happened here?
戦闘があったよね。
It looks like a battle took place.
それも相当な規模の。
A very large-scale one at that. It keeps getting worse the closer we get to Eden. Oh, we're nowhere close. You hope someone tell her skirt is up on her rework. Hopefully they fixed her skirt on her rework, because I swear to God if her butt is still hanging out. Like, cover her properly. She's embarrassed about it too. As we take the route that leads to Eden, we witness the aftermath of a massive battle. Almost none of the ground is unscathed, and much of it has melted under extreme heat. Rapture fragments are scattered everywhere.
戦争でもあったみたいね。
It looks like a war zone.
指揮官、あれを。
Commander, look. I turn my gaze to where Rappy is pointing. There, a massive flower-shaped structure has crashed into the ground. What is that?
要塞でしょうか。
Maybe a fortress of some kind. Oh, that's the queen's... That's the queen's body. That's an attached, space... thingy. What was it called again?
それにしたって大きすぎるわ。
It's huge. I move closer to examine it. Is their body still attached to it? The shape and design are just as I remember. It's a space station.
はい。
What? I've seen this before in some old records. It's almost identical to the space station connected to the lift. It's obviously not in its original shape now, but the make and materials are similar.
じゃあ何？
What does that mean?
宇宙人でも攻めてきたってこと？
Did aliens invade or something?
急ぎましょう。
We should hurry. We don't know that the other queen is here.
エデンで非常事態があったとみて間違いありません。
We don't know the original queen is here. Something serious must have happened in Eden. Yeah, let's move. No shit, Sherlock. The Forgotten Ones.
やっほー、元気だった？
Hello, Papillion. I see you're the door woman now. Hey, my buzzing bees.
パピオン。
Papillion.
久しぶりね。すぐに来てくれて嬉しいわ。
She kinda just became a member of Eden after what happened in Godspell. I wonder if she still is in contact with Birmingham or not. It's been a while. Thanks for coming over in such a hurry.
あら、ハニーは変わってないけど、あとの二人はずいぶん大胆にイメチェンしたわね。
Oh my. Honey looks the same as ever, but you two have gotten quite the makeover.
着替えただけってわけじゃなさそうだけど、何か面白いことを見逃したみたいね。
And it's not just your clothes. A lot of exciting things must have happened. Yeah, a lot has happened.
そう？いろいろなことって言うなら、こっちも負けてないわ。
Well, we've had our fair share of excitement too.
ところで、どうしてインヘルトじゃなくてあなたの出迎えなわけ？
Anis. No, don't mention Inherit. Hold up. Why are you the one coming to greet us? Where's Inherit?
人質に取られてるんじゃなかった？
Aren't you their hostage?
そこは相変わらずよ。
I am.
でも今、エデンは人手不足なの。
However, Eden's a bit shorthanded these days.
私みたいな人質もこき使われるってわけ。
So even a hostage like me is being put to work.
人手不足？
Short-handed?
さあ、詳しい話は中でしましょう。
Come on, I'll tell you more inside.
ああ、先に言っとくけど、心の準備はしておいて。
Oh, and just a heads up. You'll want to brace yourselves.
いい話じゃないから。
It's not a pleasant story.
何それ、ずいぶん脅かすわね。
What's with that creepy foreshadowing?
聞けばわかるわ。
You'll understand once you hear it. Papillion?
どうかした？
Yes, honey? You look pretty banged up. Are you sure you're okay? You're covered in scratches and cuts. If they're mistreating you...
もう、ハニーったら、何言ってるの？
Oh, come now, honey. What are you even talking about?
そういう人たちじゃないわ。
They're not that kind of people.
この傷は
They
ね、
really aren't.
ちょっと練習しててできただけ。気にしないで。
These are training injuries. No need to worry your pretty head over it.
それにしてもハニーったら悪い子ね。会ったばかりで私の体を見てるなんて。
By the way, did you just check me out as soon as we met? So naughty, honey.
まったく。そういうことは後で。二人きりの時にね。
Save that interest for later. When it's just the two of us. Alright?
ほらほら、行きましょう、エデンへ。
Now off to Eden we go. Papillion turns around and walks off.
ラピ、指揮官様。パピヨンだけど。
She's grieving, probably. Rappy, Commander. Papillion seems like she's kinda...
わかるわ。典型的な男たらしね。
Coming on strong? I know, she's a typical flirt.
いや、そうじゃなくて、
That's not what I was gonna say.
何をあんなに無理してるのかしら。
Why is she overdoing it? Now that you mention it, she does seem unusually chipper.
ああいう態度って大体相当悪い話を隠してる時よね。
Yeah, people usually talk like that right before they drop some really bad news.
来る途中に見たものもパピオンも一体何があったのかしら。
First that disaster zone we saw back there, and now Papillion's acting all strange. What the heck happened here?
大したことではないと思うわ。あのエデンだもの。
I doubt it was anything catastrophic. This is Eden after all. Rappy, you're gonna regret saying that.
きっと少し困ったことが起きて、私たちの手を借りたいぐらいの話よ。
It's probably a minor issue that they need some help dealing with. Minor? Minor?
そうよね。
You think so? Then let's go.
来たか。
You're here. Johan! You look as good as the day I left you. Some people simp over Anderson, some people simp over the commander. Other people simp over their Nikkes. I simp over Johan. Goddamn, he looks good. Johan!
当然のように抱きつこうとするな。離れろ。
Oh. Don't think he'd just come in here and give me a hug. Step back. But the bromance. But we're bros.
一人足りないようだが。
One of you is missing. Hey, a male character. Yes. Yes, indeed. You mean Neon?
ああ、その火力メガネだ。
Yeah, that firepower girl with the glasses.
何かあったのか。
Did something happen?
一時的に別行動してるだけっていうか、そうよね。
No, she's just kinda temporarily doing her own thing.
そうか。
I see. He was worried something happened to her because his whole team got wiped out. He was wondering if something similar happened to Neon. Oh.
ところで、インヘルトのみんなは
And
どこ？
stop hitting the nail on the head. Where's Inherit, by the way?
いつも突っかかってくるから反撃用の言葉をいっぱい用意してあったんだけど。
They always like picking fights over everything, so I got a bunch of comebacks ready. Looks like you've done some renovations to Eden's interior. The materials seem different.
ああ、ほぼ新しく建て直した。
Yes, we basically rebuilt it. Wait, they rebuilt the whole thing while we were heading over. Damn. Because we couldn't tell there was a hole in the ceiling.
ほらほら、久しぶりで嬉しいのはわかるけど、場所を変えましょ
I hate to bring up the big happy reunion, but how about we move it along?
う。セシル、準備はできてる？
You ready, Cecil?
はい。会議室も資料も準備できています。
Yes, the meeting room and the data are all ready to go.
じゃあみんな、会議室に行きましょう。
Then let's head to the meeting room. We're gonna get a bomb dropped on us. 1 hour later. The things I heard in Eden's meeting room feel surreal. Rivarlio fired Eden's sphere into the sky, shattering the veil of the Queen drifting in outer space. The Queen descended and Eden was devastated in the process. The Pioneers, joined by NIKKE, who we all thought was dead, and the White Knight Squad joined forces with Eden and faced the Queen. But the Queen swallowed Neolester and seized the body of Lilywise, the strongest NIKKE ever known. Where's Snow
リ
White?
リーバイスについて簡単にご説明します。
Allow me to explain who Lilywise is.
人類最初のニケ部隊、ゴッデス部隊のリーダーだった人物です。
Yeah, we learn more about Lilywise once we meet up with Snow White, but where is she? She's supposed to be in Eden. She's the leader of the Goddess Squad, humanity's very first NIKKE squad.
歴史上最強のニケと言われています。
She's also widely regarded as the strongest NIKKE in recorded history.
昔も今もあらゆるニケのスペックは
The performance specs of all NIKKEs, both in the past and present,
このリリー・バイスというニケを目標値としています。
are benchmarked against her.
記録によれば素手で地上型タイラント級を空へ飛ばしたことがあるようです。
There's even a record of her hurling a ground-type tyrant into the air with nothing but her bare hands.
話に聞くだけでは信じがたいほど圧倒的な性能を持ったニケ。
Her abilities are so impressive that, if you heard about them secondhand, you might doubt their authenticity.
それがリリー・バイスです。
That's who Lilowise is. Everyone who had gathered in Eden fought with everything they had during that battle. The White Knights were critically injured. The Pioneers suffered heavy losses. Inherit was wiped out. And then, after Marion's Queen Gene awoke within her, she lost her core to the Queen and fell into a coma.
以上です。質問はありますか？
Everyone's processing. Yeah, the 1 month that took me to process, the commander, Raffi, and Annis have to do that in a few seconds now. Good luck. That concludes the briefing. Any questions? Can we see Inherit?
いいえ、それも不可能です。
No, I'm afraid you can't.
ノアの脳は現在、専用の設備で集中的なケアが行われています。
Noah's brain is undergoing intensive care in a dedicated facility. There's still hope. She's gonna have severe brain damage and probably amnesia, but there's still hope for her.
ハランとイサベルは何も残りませんでした。
As for Haran and Isabel, nothing remains of them. Johan needs a hug. I see.
グレンとラプンツェルもノアと同様の状態です。
Scarlet and Rapunzel are in the same condition as Noah.
見たところで会話はできないでしょう。
Even if you saw them, they wouldn't perceive anything and couldn't respond to you.
バイスリッターは
And what about the White Knights?
ハイパーフードの管理のためクラウン王国に引き上げました。
They returned to the Crown Kingdom briefly to check on the superfood.
クラウンが深手を負いましたが基本的な行動はできる状態でした。
Crown sustained heavy damage, but she's still capable of basic actions.
用が済み次第戻ると言われています。
She says she'll return once she finishes her business. What about Nayada?
わかりません。
I couldn't say. Nayada's a question mark.
わからないというのは
What do you mean by that?
クイーン戦の後からちょくちょく姿を消してるのよ。
Ever since the fight with the Queen, she's been slipping away at any chance she gets.
情報収集って言ってるけど何も聞かされてないわ。
She says she's gathering intel, but she hasn't actually reported anything yet. I don't trust Nayada, especially after what we saw in Goddess Fall. She is sus. She is working with Mir. I don't trust her. I dislike her a lot.
誰もが少なくない犠牲を払った。
She lost her entire squad.
奴にも感情を整理する時間は必要だろう。
Even a monk needs time to gather her thoughts. Okay, that granted is fair. She did wipe out a lot of her clones, who all had their own memories. She is grieving that. Johan. Haran and Isabel.
生意気だな後輩。
You've got some nerve. What?
そんな顔をするな。
Wipe that look off your face.
インヘルトは任務を完璧に果たした。
Inherit completed their mission flawlessly.
干渉は少しでいい。
A moment of mourning is enough.
悲しみにとらわれすぎるな。これからの足かせになるだけだ。
Don't be swayed by your emotions. They'll only get in the way of the task ahead.
ただ、忘れないでいろ。
Just don't forget them.
わかったか。
Understood? Yes, I understand.
それでいい。やっとまともな顔になったな。
Good. That's the look I want to see on your face.
ついてこい。
Now follow me.
マリアンに合わせてやる。
I'll take you to Marion. We finally get to see her again. She's in a coma though, but we finally get to see her again. The last time we saw Marion was when we had to send her off with the pioneers because the Ark was hunting her down. Okay, context for the people who have no idea what's happening. Also, spoilers for the ones who are here that don't want to know. At the start of the game, your squad is made up of 4 people, actually. Marion is the 4th member. She gets corrupted, like the first 1 or 2 chapters in, and you have to shoot her in the head. That is how the game starts. You have to kill off one of your own team members. But it turns out you missed her brain. You misfired somehow. And she's still alive. She ends up turning into a heretic known as Modernia. And over time, so over the chapters, you somehow snap her out of her mind control, like heretic mind control from the Queen. She snaps back to reality because of her connection to the commander. Proceeds to get shot with Vapis, gets mind wiped, restarts from 0. So her memories are gone for a good chunk, and her personality is reset to 0. Her age and mental state is reset to a baby. You have to teach her everything, how to do stuff again, how to speak, how to act. And eventually the Ark and the central government finds out about her. The fact that you have a heretic on your team. And now everyone's trying to hunt her down and experiment on her because free access heretic. You need to put her in a lab. You need to research her. So the commander's solution to that is send her to the surface. Send her off with the pioneers, the pilgrims. So Rapunzel, Scarlet, Snow White. Let them give her a new home, which ends up being the White Knights, the Lost Kingdom with Crown and Chime. So we haven't seen her since then. It's been a very long time since we've seen Marion. She has grown a lot since then, emotionally and physically. She's also awakened as... She's technically awakened as a queen, but she's not a full-fledged queen yet. She's a baby queen. It's been a very long time, though. Marion lies on the bed, looking as if she's asleep. Marion. Her eyes remain closed. If I were to explain their relationship, the commander and Marion, Marion, aside from Rappy, is the closest thing we have to a canon couple. So the commander and Rappy, it's heavily implied. Like, that is the main pair of the story for a long time. But before Rappy developed like her emotional state that she has now, it used to be the commander and Marion. She was always like the little sister character that we took care of when she was reset and growing back up. But they're very much a pair. The commander heavily cares about her. The commander hallucinates during one of the events with D Killer Wife, and in that hallucination, it's basically what he wishes for the most, and that is for the war to be over, for the counters to be at peace, so Rappy, Anis, and Neon, and to come home to Marion's cooking. That is what he wished for in his hallucination. He very much missed her. And this is the first thing he sees once he can see her again. It must be devastating. Eyes remain
これっ
closed.
てどういう状態なの？
How's she doing?
コアを喪失し、動力が全身に行き渡らなくなっています。
Her core is gone, so power is no longer being transmitted through her body.
疑似的なコアを移植して生命維持に努めています。
A pseudo core was implanted to keep her alive.
これで死なずにいられるのもヘレティックだからこそではありますが、
It is because she is a heretic that her body can persist in this state without dying.
起こすにはどうすればいいの？
What do we need to do to bring her out of the coma?
どうでしょうね。正直なところ。
Honestly, I don't know. Probably bring her core back, which the queen has right now, so that's not possible. Unless we want to die. Johan is Saitama. Like voice actor, or it just seems like that? Because Johan is actually... most of his body is cyborg. So the thing with Johan, when you first meet him, you learn about this, but he has mechanically enhanced his body severely, and he can actually one-punch something pretty easily. Voice actor? Nice. I like his voice in the JP side. It's very smooth. But yeah, he can actually one-punch shit. I think we got thrown around once by him. So technically it's closer to the android guy in OPM. Johan! Yeah, he more or less is an android, honestly. I feel like I searched it because you thought it sounded like Jotaro. Okay, that is fair. Yeah, I kind of hear it. I can see why. Honestly, I
ヘ
don't
レティッ
know.
ク級のコアを移植すれば蘇生するという可能性はありますが、
She might survive if we implant a heretic class core into her.
ヘレティックは基本的にコアを中心に再生していくものです。
But most heretics are known to regenerate starting from their core.
最悪の場合、移植したコアの本来の主の方がマリアンのボディを吸収して復活してしまう可能性も考えられます。
It's possible the original owner of the core would revive herself by feeding off of Marin's body. Soup. Soup. Hello, Regin.
さまざまな仮
Nice
説
to
を
see
立
you
て
again.
検証しているところです。
We're evaluating and attempting all possible methods.
ですが、必ず助けてみせます。
We'll use every means necessary to save her.
心配しないでください。
So don't worry. So what we're telling us, Cecil, is that we need to get her core back. That is a surefire way to revive her. Alright, I trust you.
それで反抗作戦の予定は？
Heart? You get a heart. Hopefully you're doing well. So when are you planning a counterattack?
今はない。
Not now.
なぜ？
Why not?
賞賛がないからだ。
Yeah, now that you mention it, Seb, he really does kind of sound like Jotaro, doesn't he? Because we have no chance of winning.
戦力を失いすぎた。
We've been bled dry. They've sent an official report to the Ark and request help. Commander, you should know better than anyone that Eden does not want to do that.
アークの力は借りない。
I'm not going to rely on the Ark.
だが、お前の力を借りたい。
I do, however, intend to rely on you. His connection to the Ark. In light of everything Eden has gone through, I understand where he's coming from. I look around. The place was never crowded to begin with, but now it feels unbearably empty. Okay, what can I do to help?
セシル、
Cecil.
何よりも急を要するのはまずニケの製造技術です。
What we need the most right now is the ability to produce NIKKEs.
改良や強化に関する知見はありますが、エデンにはニケを製造する技術がありません。
Are we gonna get more Eden NIKKEs later on in the story? That'd be cool. Like, inherit successors? Oh, I want to see what they do with that. We can modify and enhance existing units, but Eden does not have the technology to produce them.
これを何としても提供していただきたいのです。
We want you to do whatever it takes to secure it. Okay, time to call up Anderson.
ニケの製造技術は極秘中の極秘事項のはずよ。
That technology is as highly classified as it gets.
十分に理解しています。だからこそ
I know.
あ
That's
な
why
た
I'm
方に
asking
頼
you.
るしかないのです。
Fair enough. In your mind made even more sense since Commander is Joseph Joestar. Or well, the blonde commander with glasses. Blonde commander with glasses? Who missed?
アークにおいて最重要戦力である特殊別動隊の他にこれが可能な存在はありません。
The commando unit is the ARC's most vital squad. I'm sure it's not beyond your means. So you're telling us to extort the ARC with our position of power.
クイーンとの再戦を期すにあたってグレンとラプンツェルの戦力は不可欠です。
Remember there was a blonde guy with sunglasses. I would need a name to know. Because I'm thinking of blonde. There aren't many blonde people to begin with. Blonde? Yeah, I would need a name. We're going to need Scarlet and Rapunzel for our next engagement with the Queen.
リリー・バイスは規格外の
And they
怪
need
物
new
です。
bodies.
戦うにはこちらも規格外の戦力が必要となります。
To counter someone as overly powerful as the Lilywise, we'll need someone just as powerful. The thing I want to see, because Snow White, Heavy Snow White is classified as a goddess god now. I want to see Scarlet and Rapunzel's like new bodies also be classified as goddess god. That would be so cool.
グレンとラプンツェルは現在脳だけが保管された状態です。
But right now, all that remains of Scarlet and Rapunzel are their brains.
ニケの製造技術がなければ彼女たちの復帰は望めません。
Without the ability to create NIKKEs, restoring them is impossible.
この場合の勝算は大幅に低くなるでしょう。
Our chances of victory would be even lower.
それからその技術さえあれば
Also, if we can get our hands on that technology,
ノアにも復帰の見込みが立ちます。
we might even be able to bring Noah back.
指揮官、
Commander. I know exactly what to do. Anderson, so your presumably dead wife is back and wreaking havoc. Do you think you can hand over the blueprints for her squad members? Yeah, thank you. Alright, I'll make it happen.
はい、お願いします。
Give up, the game just calls a legendary commander. I was wrong, it's not blonde. He got brown hair. Yeah, that's why I was confused, like blonde. No one's blonde that I can think of that's a commander. Yeah, Anderson. Wait, Anderson's Joseph Joestar? Oh god. That's a mental image. Thank you, I appreciate it.
それってパピヨンが盗んだりできないの？
Can't Papillion sneak that information out somehow? Papillion's connection is Birmingham. I don't know if...
不可能でしょうね。一階のスパイに手が届く機密ではありません。
It's too demanding for one spy to pull off alone.
一階のスパイで悪かったわね。
I'm just a lowly spy, sadly. What about Dorothy? Isn't she in the Ark? Yeah, about that.
ドロシーはすでにインヘルトでもエデンの一員でもない。
Dorothy is no longer affiliated with Inherit or Eden.
部外者に任せられるほど軽いことではない。
I cannot entrust such a critical request to an outsider.
どういうこと？
What?
言葉通りな
Yeah, we didn't mention that, did you?
これ以上言わせる。
That's just how things turned out. I don't wish to speak about it anymore. Yeah, Dorothy's an outcast. Moving on.
おおむねこれが現在のエデンの状況だ。
Anyway, that's Eden's situation at present.
端的に言えば、クイーンにはすぐにでも総力戦を仕掛けたいが、それができる状況にない。
We would strike the Queen head on right now if we could, but we're in no condition to do so.
だからこそ、お前の力が必要だ。
Yeah, y'all never mention Snow White. Can Snow White be here too? Like, I'd like to chat with her. That's why we need your help. Alright, I'll do everything I can. But, Johan, I don't think we can take down the Queen without the Ark's support.
アークの力は借りない。絶対にだ。
I will not ask the Ark for help. Ever.
ほんと頑固なんだから。
Talk about stubborn. Fine, we'll leave it at that for now. Rappy, Hennis, let's head back. We don't have any time to spare.
ラジャー。
Roger that.
うん、行きましょう。
Yeah, let's go. Before leaving the room, I look at Marion. I gently stroke her hair. She remains motionless, as if trapped in an unending sleep. Oh, that's so sad. Marion, Scarlet, Rapunzel, Noah. I'll bring you all back. I swear. That's so depressing. Okay. It hits harder if you have the context. So context. I said earlier, we shot her in the head when we were trying to terminate her because she was corrupted before she turned. Obviously we failed, but after we shot her, we actually wrapped bandages over her head so she wouldn't have a hole gaping. She kept those bandages after turning into a heretic. That is one of her prized possessions, is her bandages that we gave her. Then after she joined our squad again, like after mental reset, we replaced those bandages and she still has those. It's in her latest version, her latest body. She will not get rid of those. So the fact that we're stroking her head, like head patting her, that is that hurts. Unknown tears. We're not questioning Snow White. We asked about everyone else. We're not questioning her. Okay. I guess we'll meet up with her later. That's cute, but those bandages must have been like shit. We're not thinking about that part. We're not thinking about that, Seb. It's the symbolism. But yes, probably they smell like shit. We're ignoring that.
トンボ帰りをさせてしまいますね。
Leaving already? You just got here. Yeah, we have to move fast.
アンチェインドの話をしないということは、アークで解決するということでしょうか。
The fact that you haven't brought up Vapis tells me you decided to resolve it yourself at the Ark. That's right. It won't be on Eden's level, but we can forge it.
アークを信じるとは大した勇気です。
Awfully bold of you to trust the Ark.
ですが、正しい判断だと思います。エデンがいつどうなるかはわかりませんので。
But it's the right call. A situation could arrive at any time in Eden.
ニケの製造技術が手に入った暁には、アンチェインド団の製造技術を提供します。
If you bring us the technology to manufacture Nikkes, we'll provide you with the technology to manufacture Vapis bullets. That is a good trade.
技術交換の申し出とでも考えてください。
Consider it a technological exchange. I thought you hated the arc.
それは変わっていません。言うまでもなく。
I do. That much goes without saying. Context for people who don't know. Cecil used to be a researcher at MMR, the underground research facility that Macillus has. AKA the same group of people that we saw Jian and Ether experiment on Neon. She was part of that group, but she escaped around like 50 to somewhere between 50 and 80 years ago, I would say. So she's also old. Probably got some evergreen injections. Evergreen is kind of like the life extension liquid that the arc has. You can think of it like that.
ですが、あなたを思ってのことです。一方的に受け取るばかりでは良好な関係が保てませんから。
However, this is for your benefit as well. It's impossible to maintain a good relationship where only one side benefits.
へえ。
Well, look at you.
帰り道もお気をつけて。連絡をお待ちしています。
Alright then, get home safe. I'll be waiting to hear from you.
忙しいわね、指揮官様。
Well, aren't you busy, Commander?
どこへ行ってもこんなものよ。
It's like this wherever we go. Papillion.
なに？どうしたの？
Hmm? Yes? What should I report to the Ark?
そうね。最初はここでスパイごっこでもして出世の種にしようかと思ってたんだけど。
About that, at first I thought I'd play spy here and make a name for myself doing so.
いろいろ見たりあったりしちゃってね。
But after everything I've seen and went through,
ここの子たちはみんないい子だったし。
the people here are good people, you know.
どうしようかしら。
Man, what should I do? If you want me to buy some time, I can do that. I'll tell them you're still gathering intel, and I don't know how long it'll take.
そうね。それがいいわ。
Yeah, that sounds good.
じゃあお願いね。
Then I'll leave it to you. Sure thing. Stay safe.
優しいのね。
That was sweet of you. She has changed a lot since she first came to Eden. She has matured a hell ton. The fact that she got shown compassion at Eden is probably what changed her.
こっちに残るつもりみたいね。
Looks like she's decided to stay.
そうね。戦友のような絆ができたのかも。
Maybe she's developed some camaraderie with them. Hey, sometimes you gotta bond through trauma. That's all it takes.
長生きはしてみるものね。あの子が心変わりするなんて。
The things you witness when you live long enough. I can't believe she changed her mind like that.
そうなるだけの経験をしたのでしょうね。わかる気がするわ。
After everything she's been through, it makes sense.
そうね。
That's true.
大変なことっていろんな意味で人を変えるのよ。
Major events like this change people in all sorts of ways.
よーし、じゃあ急いで。
Alright then. Let's power through and do a quick.
護衛しよう。
There you are. I was wondering when you were gonna show up. I'll escort you. Snow White! It's like no one's questioning where she is. At least ask about her. Like, we know the rest of the pioneers were here. Jesus.
すまない。用事が長引いて少し遅れた。
My apologies. I was held up by other matters.
アークに戻るのか。エレベーターまで護衛する。
Are you returning to the Ark? I'll escort you to the elevator.
びっくりした。急に出てこないでよね。
Jeez, you scared me. Don't just pop out like that.
あと 武器が随分増えたわね。
Whoa, you've got way more gear than before.
ああ、強くなった。
Yes, I've grown stronger.
お前はなぜ薄着になっている？暑いのか？
Why are you walking around half naked? Is it the heat? Snow White, you're not any better. You're in like sports underwear. I don't think you're any better, Snow White.
違うわよ。
That's not it. Snow White.
久しぶりだな。
It's been a while.
少し痩せたか？栄養分の摂取は大事だ。
You look thinner. It's important to maintain proper nutrition.
とっておきの団子を分けてやろう。
Please
最
no.
近材料を根本的に見直して、さらに味が良くなった。
Here, my special rice cake. I've made some improvements to the recipe, so it's better than ever. Okay, context. Snow White's quote-unquote rice cake used to be made of an amalgamation of insects. I think I'm good. Right, thanks. The only difference is that Snow White is covering her shoulders and like a bit more of her legs because her boots are higher. How modest. Oh wait, didn't she have her arms ripped off or something? So she doesn't even get that point. No, she has her arms. Actually, wait. Okay, Snow White's been through some shit. She got her arms ripped off. She attached rapture parts to the point 30% of her body was raptures. Then her body got rebuilt at Eden once she got sliced in half. Cecil glued her back together, enhanced her body, so I feel like her body's still like slightly rapture, but she has her arms and legs. How mechanical are they? Yes. But technically their whole body's a machine, besides her brain. Snow White places a hefty rice cake in my hand. It's massive, and it might be my imagination, but it feels like it's moving. I stare at it for a long while before realizing how quiet my surroundings have become. I lift my head and look ahead. Rappy and Snow White are staring intently at each other. Yeah, things have changed. So you remember Red Hood?
ちょっと二人ともどうしたの？
What's up with you two?
私のいない間に喧嘩でもしてた？
Did you get into a fight while I was gone? No, it's something else. Oh, that's depressing. That's an emotional brick. Oh god. A tear falls. That's so pretty. The art's so pretty. Okay, more context is needed. So, Red Ash event. Snow White's best friend was Red Hood. Red Hood and Snow White didn't leave each other on the best terms. They kind of had a fight. They had a fallout where Red Hood was dying. So this is gonna be like a very cliff noted version, but Red Hood was dying. She had corruption. She wanted to go back to her hometown and die peacefully. Snow White wanted her to stay until her last moments, but Red Hood didn't want that because she knew Snow White would cry no matter what if she stayed. Like, her mental would have tanked if she stayed. So, Red Hood left. Snow White wasn't the happiest with that decision. But around Old Tales, Red Hood came back because things were going to shit, and she wanted to help them one last time while she was in the area. And this was before she met young Rappy. So they never really got to say their farewells. Red Hood is now fused with Rappy, which is why she's called Rappy Red Hood. Rappy remembers memories that Red Hood used to have after fusing. Snow White now remembers everything because amnesia's gone. This image hits hard. The lighting is so well done, though. Shit, I hit auto. I need to read that. Rappy and Snow White look at each other, tears streaming down their faces. I accidentally hit auto. I was admiring the art style. The rendering is so good. It has a slight static effect over it as well. It has lens flare, it has static, like grainy static effect over it. It's slightly... The colors are slightly offset as well because the line art isn't completely aligned. The visual effects are really well done. So there you are.
どうして急に涙が
What's with the sudden tears?
それはこちらが言いたい。急に泣くな。
That's what I should be asking. You shouldn't cry so easily.
あなたこそ
You're crying too.
ああ。涙が出る。
Yes, I am.
ラピ。
Rappy.
何
Yes?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
何が
What for?
レッドフードを受け継いでくれた。ありがとう。
Thank you for keeping Red Hood alive. Tears flow freely from Rappy's eyes.
あれなんで
What's happening?
どうなってるの
Why is it?
止まらない
It won't stop. Rappy weeps in silence for a long while. With no idea as to what happened, we quietly sit with her and gently pat her back. She needed that cry. The amount of emotional baggage she has connected to Red Hood, not just from her own experiences with Red Hood, but after fusing with Red Hood and remembering all that, she needs a good cry. There's a lot of context missing for people who haven't done Rappy's event. There's so much context missing. She didn't have the easiest past. Red Hood was more or less the only reason she has any sense of self outside of the other people she met as she went up the ranks in a way. We follow Snow White as she escorts us to the Ark. We decide to camp halfway through. Snow White tells us she has regained all her memories. Surrounded by darkness, she stares off into the void as she recounts everything. The battles for humanity during her time in the Goddess Squad. This was Overzone specifically. Losing Red Hood and Lilywise. Helping to seal the Ark. Being betrayed by the Ark. Wandering the surface to defeat the Queen. Parting ways with Dorothy. Each episode of her tale is told without a single sliver of emotion. We simply listen to her stories in silence. Snow White.
どうした？
Yes. Thank you.
ありがとうか。
Thank you.
私はずっとその言葉を聞きたかったのかもしれないな。
I think those are two words I've wanted to hear for a long time. I'm not sure if it counts as a gift, but there's something I want to show you. The video. Please tell me you're showing her the Red Hood video, because we tried sending it to the Pioneers. I don't think it went through. The reception was horrible.
もしかしてアークの新しい食べ物か。ありがたい。
It's a new food from the Ark. That will make a fine gift. No, it's not food. I can give you that later. For now, take a look at this. I take out my phone and play a video. Yes, it is. Okay, more context missing for people who don't know. There's a part of the story, like the main story, where the commander is called the Red Hood Arc. Red Hood, before she completely fused to Rappy. So Rappy's body had two cores in them, her own and Red Hood's. She took over Rappy's body for a good chunk of time, where Red Hood more or less revived. Rappy's body turned into Red Hood's and she was alive again for that period of time. She used that opportunity to leave a video message for the rest of Pioneers. So the rest of the Goddess Squad. Before giving the body back to Rocky. Snow White watches the screen with indifference.
お、みんな元気か？レッドフードがお化けになって遊びに来ちゃったぜ。
Hey there everyone, I'm back. Not even death could keep me down.
うわ、これ思ったより恥ずかしいな。
Man, this is more awkward than I thought it'd be. I think Snow White's crying.
みんなのことは全部聞いた。
I heard you're still all trying to defeat the Queen.
クイーンを倒すって話、まだやってんだって？
It's been 100 years.
何してんだよお前ら。
What the heck are you all doing?
お前ら以外に倒せるやつがいないってか？
Do you think you're the only ones who can get this job done?
なわけないだろう。
You know that's not true.
だからそろそろ。
So please, stop now.
後のやつらに譲ってゆっくりしろよ。
Let someone else take over and walk away.
私はもう後を託せた。
I wonder how that's gonna fly after what happened recently. Because Red Hood, she recorded this when the Queen didn't, like, she was still in space. And, the Queen did not take over Lilo White's body back then. I don't think she expected her to either. If you'd revive somehow, I think the first thing you do is describe how it feels to be dead. Red Hood has died, I think, 3 times now. No, 4 actually. She's died 4 times. She's done this before. She's been in this rodeo. And confirm if there's nothing on the other side. That is fair. I gave up on the fight a long time ago, and took some well-deserved time off.
運よくいいやつに会えたんだ。
I was fortunate enough to meet some pretty great people along the way.
それじゃ、先に行ってるぞ。
Well, I guess that's everything. The video ends.
レッドフード。
Red Hood. Snow White can't take her eyes off the looping playback. She reaches out, touching Red Hood's smiling face on the screen. After a while, she looks at us with reddened eyes.
これは。
How? I think we just gave her more trauma. Rappy begins to explain. She tells Snow White everything we've been through since entrusting Marion to the Pioneers. The attack on the Ark, Red Hood's return, and everything that happened with Dorothy. Our search for the crystal region, meaning grave, and our encounters with the four beasts. Oh, we're telling her about Cindy. Oh, she knows Cindy, alright. And then...
どうした？
What is it?
この話をするべきかどうか悩んでいるの。
I'm not sure if I should tell you this. Ah, the new queen.
あなたにとっては聞き心地の良くない話だと思う。
I doubt you'll find it pleasant. Tell her it's the right call. No more hiding.
大丈夫かしらね。
Are you sure about this?
話してくれ。どんなことでも大丈夫だ。
Go on. I can handle it.
シンデレラが蘇って私たちの味方になっているの。
Oh. Okay, now we're telling her about Cindy. Cinderella has been revived and is now on our side. Yes, and she is my wife. So you better not touch her.
シンデレラ？誰だそれは？初めて聞く。
Would you recognize her by Anarchio, maybe? Cinderella? I don't know that name. Who's...
アナキオール。
Anarchio?
ええ。ヘレティック、アナキオール。今はシンデレラという元々の名前で私たちと一緒に戦っているの。
That's right. The heretic, Anarchio. She's fighting with us under her real name, Cinderella. Snow White abruptly rises to her feet. Calm down for a moment and listen. After a moment, she sits back down again.
アナキオールは私たちを人類を打ち負かし敗北させた。
Because of Anarchio, we lost. Humanity lost.
最後にはゴッテスが勝ち、ボディを回収した。
But the goddess squad killed her, and we won.
生きていたというだけでも驚きだが、仲間になっているとはさらに驚いた。
I'm surprised she survived, let alone that she's our ally now.
戻ってきたのか、マリアンのように。
Okay, correction. No, you didn't kill her. You comatosed her, then you sent her through horrid body experiments with the MMR, traumatized her to all hell, wanted her to kill herself. Yeah, you want to know about that part, Snow White? You want to know about the trauma you gave her? Context, old tales, a shit ton happened in that event. So she's back. Like Marion.
似たようなものだと思うわ。
Pretty much.
確かなのは私たちにとって頼もしい戦力だということ。
She's the most formidable asset we have at our disposal. That much is certain.
わかった。
Fine.
もし偶然出会った時は攻撃しないようにする。
If we happen to cross paths again, I won't attack her.
それだけ？
Huh? That's it.
そうだ。それ以外ない。
Yes, that's it.
あの時は侵食されていたのだろう。自分の意志で動いてはいなかったはずだ。
She was probably corrupted at the time and wasn't acting on her own free will. Thank you for being understanding, Snow White.
それに今はお前たちと共に人類のため戦っている。
And now she's fighting alongside you for humanity.
記憶が正しければ、シンデレラの他にもフェアリーテールモデルの第2世代が製造されていたはずだ。
If I recall, aside from Cinderella, there were other second-generation Grimm's models created as well.
それもいるのか？
Are they with you too? Siren is. There have been some minor hiccups, but we're all on the same side.
そうと分かれば十分だ。
Ignoring Hansel and Gretel, we don't know about them yet. That's sufficient. I have nothing more to add.
海みたいな心の広さね。
Well, that's pretty big of you.
とりあえず一番言いにくかった部分は終わったわ。
Alright, now that the hardest part's over. About the child?
話を戻すわね。
I'll keep going. So the new queen isn't the hardest part? Okay. Rappy continues to speak about how Cinderella woke up and fought the four beasts. How Rappy took over the mantle of Red Hood.
だからそこにいるのか。
So that's where Red Hood is.
ええ。
Yeah.
なぜ私たちを探しに来なかった？
Why did she not come to us?
違うな。ラピの体と引き換えなら迷いもしなかったはずだ。
Right, with your body at stake, she wouldn't have hesitated even for a moment.
私の知るレッドフードはそういう人だ。
That's the Red Hood I knew.
そうね。そういう人。
Yeah, that's how she was.
それでも
Even so,
会いたかった。
I wish I could have seen her.
すまない。続きを聞かせてくれ。
My apologies. Please go on. We continue our tale about the four beasts creating the new queen. How we succeeded in talking to them and becoming allies. The Valario claiming she would speak with the original queen. I wonder how that's going. We talk about everything.
すごいな。お前は本当に
Amazing. You are truly remarkable. Now that I think about it. Littlewater told us she would talk to the new queen after firing off the laser at Eden. Because she fired the laser first, then she came over towards us. Because we were making a ruckus. Huh? Me?
すべての力がお前を中心に集まっている。
All this power is gathering around you.
まるで
It's as if
人類の希望だ。
you represent humanity's last hope. Don't call me that. There's a running joke in the community. Because Anderson was the legendary commander. Johan was called New Hope. Don't call us the last hope, please. We don't need to be known by that name. Oh look, it's Last Hope. That just sounds like the world's actually ending.
Wow!
Janice, no.
あまり調子に乗らないでください、指揮官。
Don't get too full of yourself, Commander. I didn't even say a single word.
この話は全部エデンに伝えて構わないか。
May I share this information with Eden? Go ahead. Tell them every last detail. We all need to share information with each other to be prepared for the challenges ahead.
わかった。すべて伝えておく。
Understood. I will report to everything without omission.
ラピ、
Happy.
武器を見せてくれるか。
May I see your weapon? Sub 7 Door of Zero?
ええ、もちろん。
Of course. Snow White accepts Rappy's 7 Door of Zero.
しっかりした重さがある。いいな。
Remarkably heavy. I like that.
レッドフードのために作っていた武器のはずね。
This is the weapon you were making for Red Hood, wasn't it?
ああ。もうすぐ完成という時にアークガーディアン作戦が始まってそれきりだ。
Oh, it's not done. Yes, it was nearly complete with Operation Our Guardian began. So it never reached its final form.
グレイブが手を加えて完成させたそうよ。
I heard Grave made some modifications and completed it.
元に戻したいと思う。本来の作り手として。
As its original creator, would you like to restore it to how it should be?
いや、このまま使え。いい仕上がりだ。
Oh, she gave a stamp of approval. Let's go, Grave. No, leave it as it is. It's a fine weapon.
もともとできていた部分は残して丁寧に完成させている。
She completed it without altering a single original component.
不慣れさを感じる部分もあるが、かなりよく見ている。
The workmanship is crude, but it's clear a lot of care went into it.
ぜひ会ってみたい。
I would like to meet her someday. If you're meeting Grave, you're gonna be meeting Cindy. So, head pat the Snow White because she's gonna have a PTSD reaction. You'll get the chance soon.
そうか。楽しみにしている。
I wonder how Cindy's gonna react when she meets the pioneers. Assuming they're revived by then, because Cindy was a super fan of the Goddess Squad. Yes, she has like PTSD on trauma now, but she's still a fan. Good. I'll be looking forward to it.
頼みがある。
Cocoa Puff, I have a favor to ask. You want the video of Red Hood, don't you? I'll send it to you.
礼を言う。
Thank you. Snow White stares at us.
後の奴らに譲ってゆっくりしろか。
Let someone else take over and walk away, she said. Snow White stares at us with greater intensity, then shakes her head.
いや、お前たちはまだまだだ。
No, you all still have much to learn.
引退はしばらく先になりそうだな。
The retirement will have to wait. Wow. She just looked at us. It's like, yeah, you're all still babies.
いいこと言ってくれるかと思ったらいきなり落とすわね。
She was being so nice, but she suddenly wants to pick a fight.
寝ろ。見張りは私がする。
Rest. I'll take the night watch.
別にいいわよ、見張りなんて。
Screw the night watch.
それよりコッテスだった時の話もっと聞かせてよ。何があったのか気になるわ。
Tell me more about your days of the Goddess Squad. I'm dying to know what went down.
私もアイドル時代の話をしてあげるからさ。
And I'll tell you about my days as a pop star.
アイドルに興味はないな。
Pop stars do not interest me.
ノリが悪いわね、ほんと。
Are you for real?
とりあえず食料を分けてくれ。
Give me something to eat first.
一日では話し終わらない。カロリーが必要だ。
The story will take several days to tell, and I'll need the calories.
はいはい。
Right, of course. There's a lot to tell about the Goddess Squad. Honestly, with the amount that we know, with the current events, the current stories, and the advisory things, it would take literally hours to explain to a new commander about everything that's happened in the lore just about the Goddess Squad. Like, I would need to whip out the whiteboard, the corkboard, MS Paint. I'll need to whip out all of that to explain it properly. New imitation. A few days later.
リバーレリオがクイーンを説得すると言ったのか。
Valerio said she would speak with the queen.
成功するとは考えられない。
We shouldn't trust her.
あれは話が通じる相手ではなかった。
I'm certain the queen can't be reasoned with. Oh, I'm certain too, but she's still gonna try.
私たちは私たちの方法で準備を進める。
We should make our own preparations. Yeah, we'll be prepared for the worst. I trust Valerio, but given who we're dealing with, we can't rule out the possibility that things will go south. We trust the jellyfish cat. We don't trust the queen.
あ
That's right.
あ。あと2日ほど歩けばアーク行きのエレベーターに着くだろう。
Keep walking this way and you'll reach the elevator to the Ark in 2 days.
護衛はここまででいいな。
This is as far as I'll take you.
護衛っていうよりおしゃべりの旅って感じだったけどね。
This is less of an escort and more of a catch-up.
おかげで感情が整理できた。
Thanks to that, I feel much calmer.
誰かに自分の話をすることにこれほど意義があるとは思っていなかった。
Speaking about myself to someone else helps more than I expected.
そろそろ行け。また会おう。
That's what we call therapy, Snow White. Go, we'll meet again.
ええ、また会い。
Alright, see you again. Suddenly, something with a strange silhouette appears in the distance. It looks human, but there's something off about it. It stands there, unmoving. For some reason, it feels like it's watching us.
何あれ。
What is that?
味方ではどう見てもなさそうね。
Whatever it isn't our ally. Should we get closer?
いや、 向こうから来る。
No, it's coming to us. The strange silhouette moves toward us.
思わぬお引き合わせに感謝いたします。
What the fuck are you? You look like... You kind of look like the old queen's body, and... Are you copying Rapunzel? That's Rapunzel's halo. Are you copying Rapunzel? That thing's breathing. It's undulating. Wait, that's also Noah's shields. It's copying Rapunzel and Noah. The hell is that? Looks like something from Angel Engine. It's like an amalgamation of the queen's old body, Rapunzel, and Noah. Altruria. Altruria? I'm grateful for this unexpected encounter.
失礼ながら、一つお尋ねしてもよろしいでしょうか。
Oh, its mouth is in its throat. You see that? Like, it has a human head, but there's like there's a mouth. It's behind the first set of hands. There's a skull underneath the head, like lodged in the throat. There's a mouth there. Ugh. The human face is like a mask. It's not real. What the fuck? If it is not too great an imposition, may I ask you a question? A gentle voice seems to echo around us, paired with a serene face. However, one thing is clear to all of us. Whatever this thing is, it's neither NIKKE nor Rapture.
あなたは
Who are you? Sam, did you just say smash? You'd smash the Eldritch Angel? Okay, you do you.
私の名はアルトルイア。
I am Altruria.
それがお母様より授かりし、誇り高き名です。
Oh. You're a new creation. Oh gosh, he's pumping out more children. Oh no. Oh god, no. Okay, so... Direct children. Now we have Cindy, we have Levelario, and now we have Altruria. We're making... Is this a new class of heretic? Because at least heretics, they look NIKKE, but they have, like, Rapture genes. This is just an amalgamation of both. What am I looking at? The queen fears Rapunzel and Noah's like defensive abilities. Therefore, she made a child that replicates it. Are you kidding me? The queen really is a coward, isn't she? While other things have been said here, I know, but I don't know if I'd smash her. Like, her face is fine, but the rest of it, it's a bit questionable. That's a glorious name bestowed upon me by my
お
mother.
母様
Mother?
ええ、その通りです。
Yes, that is correct. You mean the queen?
いかにも、さようでございます。
Oh yes, indeed.
理解の早い方にお会いできて、とても幸いです。
It brings me such relief that you understood so quickly.
ここ数日で出会った人間もどきと来たら、私の言うことを理解できないようで、頭を悩ませておりました。
You're just wandering, aren't you? The human imposters I encountered over these past few days could not grasp my words. It grieves me deeply.
ヘレティックか。
Are you a heretic?
ヘレティック？
異端者などと
Shingi.
軽な言葉を許しがたいものいいです。
Shingi. Such blasphemous words. Refrain from speaking them.
私たちはお母様より生まれし娘。
We are daughters born of our mother.
尊き名で呼ばれるべき存在です。
As such, we are worthy of being addressed by our noble names.
急にどうしちゃったの？
What's up with her?
クイーンの新たな精鋭と見るべきでしょうね。
It looks like she's part of the Queen's new elite forces. Okay, so don't say heretic around her. That's a trigger word. So what did you want to ask? Yeah, take a deep breath. In, out. In, out. Calm down. What was your question?
失礼いたしました。つい感情を抑えられず、はしたない真似を。
Yes, forgive me. I let my emotions get the best of me for a moment.
アークへご招待いただく方法はご存知ありませんか？
How am I to be invited to the Ark? You want to go into the Ark. Looking like that. Why do you need an invitation to the Ark?
私は人類の絶滅を命じられております。
Oh. I have received orders to bring about humanity's extinction.
どこにいらっしゃるかは把握しておりますが、招待もなしに押し入るべきではございませんから。
I know its location, but it would be improper to go there uninvited. At least you're proper. You have manners, at least. Extinction.
お母様から直々にそう仰せつかりました。
As the mission mother has personally entrusted to me.
ですが私は一方的に命を奪うようなことは望んでおりません。
And yet, I do not wish to take their lives without cause.
人類はそれぞれに命があり、尊い目標を持って生きていることでしょうから。
Okay, your design is based off of Rapunzel and Noah. Do you also have, like, a bit of their mentality? Is that what I'm saying here? For they too must have lives of their own, guided by aspirations they hold sacred.
お母様からの大事なご命令とはいえ、そのような乱暴で野蛮なことは私にはできません。
Even if it is Mother's divine command, I cannot commit such savage and barbaric acts. Okay, she has a moral compass, kinda. Yin Demon had an 8-stat kill on the old western map. The saloon. Dead Dog Saloon. In DVD, then got hit. RPD, where he got 7 and 8, then 2 or so on the last map we just did. That's pretty damn good, though. Will you be popping off? Nice. You both be doing good. You're running Wesker. He's running Deathslinger. That's surprising. He's running Deathslinger. He usually runs Pyramid Head with 2v8. Okay. Hey, as a fellow Wesky boy, I approve. Honestly, it's a deadly combo. Fair enough. You got a lot of range with those two. If you do it right. Anyways, don't mind the Eldritch Angel on the screen. Don't mind her. Because you can get across the map so quickly. Mm-hmm. Not you two. Jimmy, you don't know anything about them. Eldritch anything smash. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Told you? Am I the only one who's questioning the lower half of her? The lower half that's undulating? That face is a lie. There's another face behind the face. So what I'm getting so far from Etruria, don't call her a heretic, and you can kind of reason with her.
ですので、正式にアークへご招待をいただき、
Damn it, you're here too.
しっかりと対話をした後に。
Am I the only one who wouldn't smash her? God damn. Y'all horny. There must be a hole down there, just saying. No, there's definitely a hole down there. Listen, if there's a hole, there's a goal, and if there isn't, if they consent, you'll make the hole. If there's no hole, just make one. Y'all horny. No, there's like specifically a crotch area. Like there's a divot there. There is a hole. There has to be a hole there. God damn it. The queen knew. They even gave her thighs. She has thigh game. What are they called? The childbearing hips? She got those. It is breathable. I'm concerned for y'all. Y'all concern me sometimes. Don't know anything about her. Looks at what she looks like. Says smash. I'm concerned. Thus, after receiving formal invitation to the Ark and taking my place, I shall engage in deep, heartfelt conversation with them. Okay.
できるだけ平和的な慈悲深い方法を持って
I shall propose their extinction. I don't think that's gonna go well.
絶滅の提案をさせていただくつもりです。
In the most peaceful and merciful manner possible. How do you propose extinction of humanity in a peaceful and merciful manner? I know your history. Any red flag is a carnival, and you're gonna have fun in it. Just because everything looks like a carnival to you doesn't mean it's gonna be fun, Dima. There are certain things you shouldn't stick your dick in. What kind of insane logic is that? She certainly doesn't seem like an ally.
まあ当然よね。
You'd have to be blind not to see that. She can be reasoned with, though.
貴様が装備しているもの
Those parts you carry,
ラプンツェルとノアか
are they Rapunzel and Noah's? Yeah, you just noticed?
待って、ひょっとして本物？
Wait, those sure look like theirs.
この体はお母様から直々に授かったものです。
This body was personally granted me by mother.
お母様の偉大なるお考えは私には計りかねます。
I do not claim to comprehend mother's great designs. The queen is making fun of those two. Shoving their equipment into a heretic.
真似をしているのか
They're just imitations.
はい。
What?
私たちと戦い恐れをなしたクイーンが私たちの姿を真似てお前を作った
Arsla, stick your dick in it now. No. Bang whatever the fuck that is. Whatever the fuck that is was violated by Seb. Have a horny day. You know what? Fair enough. The queen remembered our fight against her and copied our weapons. Out of fear and envy. Hey, I caught it. She's being a coward.
無理もない相当追い詰めたはずだ
Which makes sense, considering we left her in ruins. Arturia doesn't seem happy about that, and I'm being watered.
愚かだな
Don't provoke us.
見た目だけを真似したところで私たちの足元にも及ばない
Water the plant? Nah, I don't need water. I can take in different kinds of liquids. I don't need water. Copying our appearance won't get you even close to our level.
舐められたものだ。
Didn't I? Wait. I didn't confirm it either, though. I just ignored it. Water her harder. You can have liquids and water, also true. I just ignored the plant part. I deny being a plant. God damn it. Hush. Or did you have to go out of lurking just to say that? How insulting.
その程度のやつに模倣されるとは。
Don't do the peeky, you know what you did, or you get a head pat, also a bonk though. A lily thing like you, daring to mimic us.
まさかあなたが
You mean to say you're the one who...
そうだ。
Yes.
私が貴様のお母様に穴を開けた。
I'm the one who put a hole through your mother's torso. Maybe you should have mentioned that, Snow White. Now we need to battle her.
見つけました。
I found you.
腐りきった憎らしき異端者ども。ようやく見つけました。
You vile, detestable abomination, I found you at last. Remember the other day you said I'm not usually a bottom? That's the whole point of being a switch, Dima. What do you mean? Not usually. You can be either or. Also, would you still smash her if she looks at you like this? True bottom? Bonk.
よくも偉大なるお母様のお体に
How dare you, Mother's sacred vessel!
その汚らわしい手で触れましたね
How dare you lay your filthy hands upon her!
喋りすぎだ。
Enough talk.
死ね、ヘレティック。
Die, heretic.
許しません絶対に
Aha. I won't forgive you. Screaming ensues. Black light bursts from Atreus' body. There's a transformation. Okay, so that's what the new fight. Okay, that makes sense. Atreus' boss fight, based on the solar raid I had to do like 2 days ago, it's just a bunch of damage eating. It's literally just Rapunzel and Noah's skill on overdrive. Eats up all the damage. It's very annoying. Insult the holy angel robot, that's a great idea. Just because you can top other bonds doesn't mean you're not a bond. Also, smash harder, agreed. You like it when she's angry. Okay. Alright. I'm not questioning it.
巨大化いきなり奥の手を
She's transformed. I didn't expect her to pull out a trump card like that.
こいつラプンツェルとノアの真似なんて
Damn it, she's using Rapunzel and Noah's tech as well.
所詮はサルマネだ。行くぞ。
A clumsy imitation, nothing more. Keep moving.
お母様の意向をここに
The voice in the heavens. My mother is graced. Atreus' body is bathed in gold. At the same time, a green glowing shield unfolds. The shield continues to expand, reaching an overwhelming size.
何あれ
What is that?
弾き飛ばすつもり指揮官後方に退却を
She's trying to push us back. Commander, get back. The shield bears down on us like a massive wall, trying to force us back. Snow White aims all her weapons forward.
決して引くな。
Do not retreat,
突き破ればいいだけだ。
but just pierce our way through.
ええ、言われてみればそうね。
Yes, you're right. That's actually kind of cool. Because both Rappy and Snow White's ult line is pierce your way through. Do not retreat. Smash. Like, the smash in question might be a bit angy, but it's all part of the game. A thunderous roar emanates from 7 dwarves. Can we pierce through? That shield's clearly imitating Noah's. If we can't pierce it, it'll push us back, and we'll be burned alive. Damn it. Hate fuck? I guess so. I mean, we pissed her off. I guess it's a hate fuck now. Makes her more dangerous, and danger is exciting. Yes. You'll concern me. I glance at Ines, who is clearly restless. The shield's particles close in on her. Ines, expansive ornament. What? That shield's no different from a thin beam. Alright, I'll try. I think it's something like this? She stares at her fingertips. Sweat pours down her furrowed eyebrows. It seems whatever she's trying isn't going as intended. At that moment, the shield starts to disintegrate, flowing effortlessly into her hand. She's learning. She hasn't really been able to test it. Oh. The shield dissipates and radiant light gathers in Anis's hand. Anis Entertainment Punch! Why'd it name that? With a deafening roar, a blinding flash erupts. The light she gathered explodes before she can fire it. Anis is thrown back and the shockwave sweeps across the area. Now. Pierce through. She's crying gold. That's actually cool. From a design standpoint, that's kind of cool. I like it when characters bleed or cry like that in normal colors, if my face is any indication of that. Yeah, I like that actually. It's like black gold. Snow White and Rappy's assault tears through Etruria. Non-normal? No. What do you mean? What do you mean racist? How's that racist? People can't control what color they cry. I know there are some people who actually cry in gold. Some people's blood is also gold, because I think their blood is like missing a specific... I don't know what it's called, but their blood's missing something, so their blood's actually gold instead of red. I know some people are like that. Would it have been better if I said abnormal? I don't see how that's racist. Atreus stares in disbelief at the massive hole blown straight through her body. You like having a hole like your mother? No. No! Golden light bursts from within Etruria, and the wound heals instantly. Yeah, there's a Rapunzel part. Hey, they did the hole. The hole! They've shown us the goal. No, you're not screwing the hole in her chest. God damn it. Bad. Down. Down, chat. Down. You dare wound the body bestowed upon me by mother.
お母様とやらはまともなボディをよこさなかったようだな。
Chest down, boy, down. Oh, god damn it, Snow White. Looks like your mommy didn't give you a proper body.
あまり煽らないで。
You probably shouldn't keep provoking her.
申し訳ございません。お母様。
Forgive me, mother.
過ちを犯した愚かな娘は今すぐ許しを恋に参ります。
Your foolish daughter shall go and beg for your forgiveness. Why is it at that moment I choose to read, you'll put me down on my knees? She'll be begging on her knees.
わあ、どうか厳しく罰をお与えください。
Please deliver unto me a punishment without mercy. She's asking for it. She wants to be punished. Arteria soars into the sky, leaving a golden trail as she disappears beyond the horizon. She is the literal definition of forgive me, daddy, I have sinned. Instead of daddy, it's mommy. Huh. I guess she's a bottom? Question mark? Interesting.
新手のヘレティック。
A new heretic.
クイーンめ。動きを見せ
No,
ない
why
と思っていた。
your weaponry is kind of
こんなもの
covering
を作ってい
Rappy.
たのか。
The queen. I thought she had been dormant all this time, yet she was manufacturing a new creation.
ごめん。肝心な時に失敗しちゃって。
I'm sorry, did I just voice crack? Oh. I think my throat just died for a second. I'm sorry. I screwed up at the most crucial moment. Now, you're the reason the shield went down. You're fine, Annis.
そのまま吹っ飛ばすつもりだったんだけど、うまくいかなかったの。
I tried to blast her away, but it didn't work.
何を言っている？シールドは無力化できた。
What are you talking about? The shield was neutralized.
失敗だとは思っていない。
I wouldn't call that a mistake.
うん。
You're fine, Annis. You're learning how to use it. Jokes aside, I was curious to see what was beneath the mask. I'm pretty sure it's like a rapture material skull. Because the bottom half looked like a skull skeleton. At least the jaw of it. I don't know if the top part is a normal head, though. Because from what I can tell, the red gem that was on her forehead, I think that's its eye. Or at least, like, part of its rapture core or something.
アークを狙っていたわ。
So he's targeting the arch.
ああ、
Yeah.
聞いてくれ。
Listen carefully.
私にはヨハンとセシルの気持ちもわかる。
I understand Johan and
アー
Cecil.
クの力を借りずにクイーンを倒したいという思いだ。
I understand their desire to kill the queen without relying on the arch.
それができるとも思っていた。
I even thought they could do it.
だが、今は違う。
But not anymore.
あのヘレティックにも結局、ダメージを与えられなかった。
That heretic didn't suffer so much as a scratch during our battle.
ノアの防御力とラプンツェルの回復能力を兼ね備えている。
She carries Noah's defenses and Rapunzel's regenerative abilities.
それに、あの一体だけで終わるはずがない。
And there's no chance she's the only one. I swear if there's a heretic who's modeled after Isabel and Haran, that's just a slap in the face to Johan, if he ever runs into that one. There's probably one modeled after Snow White and Scarlet too, then. Which means
方法を探してくれ。
you must find a way, Kakapuff.
ヨハンとセシルの誇りを踏みにじらずにアークの手を借りる方法を。
A way to use the Ark's power, without trampling on Johan and Cecil's pride.
頼む。
We can call Anderson. I think he'll help. Please. That was the plan all along. Eden is strong. No one disputes that. But we're going up against the Queen, who stole Lilywhise's body. She could build new heretics and entirely new Rapture factions. We need to avail ourselves of every option available to us.
わかった。任せる。
Good. I'll leave that to you then.
急いでアークへ戻れ。私も速やかにエデンへ戻る。
Return to the Ark at once. I'll head to Eden immediately. Okay. We'll see each other again soon.
ああ、
That we will.
マリアンのことはすまなかった。
I'm sorry about Marion.
信じて託された彼女をまた守り抜くことができなかった。
You trusted us, and we failed to protect her.
すまない。
I'm sorry. Marion isn't dead yet. Don't blame yourselves. You all did everything you could.
ああ、
Alright. Snow White turns and sprints back the way we came. We watch her briefly, then resume our path toward the Ark.
指揮官、今後の計画は？
Commander, what's your plan? First, we secure the NIKKE production technology. Then we report everything.
エデンと争うことになるかもしれません。
We might end up at odds with Eden. We'll need to approach this with some thought. And I'm sure Deputy Chief Anderson and NIKKE will come up with something appropriate.
はい、私もそう思います。
Yes, I agree.
エデンへの支援は必要ないでしょうか。スノーホワイトがいるとは言っても、戦力が不足しすぎている気がします。
Should we send support to Eden? They seem very vulnerable, even with Snow White there. I'll contact the four beasts and ask them to come to Eden.
確かに、
Oh?
いいお考えかと。現在のエデンは戦力がかなり低下しています。
We're getting the four beasts to join them. That's... I can't imagine their dynamic, but that's interesting. Okay. You're saying only one's gonna be at Eden then. Yes, that's a good idea. Eden's defensive capabilities have taken a major hit.
エデンが何を言うかは分かりませんが、指揮官からの依頼と分かれば受け入れられる可能性はあります。
They've met Behemoth before, supposedly. At least she tried to talk with them. I don't think it went well. Whether Eden accepts them is uncertain, but maybe making it clear that you're their ally might make a difference. Yeah, the Queen tore out Marion's core. There's no guarantee she won't go after our... the child. Even the commander's slipping. Yeah, she's our child. It would be for the best of Eden and the four beasts stay together.
クイーン側に先手を打たれないかが心配です。
I hope the Queen doesn't move too quickly. We'll have to trust Lovelario.
クイーンを説得すると言っていました。
She said she would try to persuade the Queen. Right. It would be ideal if everything goes well. However, if it doesn't, it'll still buy us some time.
わかりました。忙しくなりそうですね。
Nothing better happened to Lovelario. Libby better be safe. Understood. Sounds like we'll be busy. We walk quickly. The Queen better not touch a hair on Libby's head, because she is very much wife material for me. Speaking of Libby, Lovelario walks ahead. Her footsteps the only sound in the otherwise still air.
静かね。
It's so quiet.
素敵な場所だわ。
What a nice place. Lovelario keeps walking, then stops. The Queen, adopting Lilywhise's form, looks down at Lovelario with a faint smile.
ああ、お母様。
No, Mother. Avalara approaches. She stops in front of the queen.
ようやくお会いできました。
You've come.
とても会いたかった。
I missed you so much. I get a bad feeling about this. Libby, step back,
もっと
please.
早くこうしたかったの
I
に
have a very bad feeling about this.
遅くなってしまいました。
I wanted to see you sooner, but I was delayed.
申し訳ありません。お母様。
I'm sorry, Mother.
ですが、最善は尽くしました。
I did my best, truly.
どうかお許しください。
Please forgive me. The queen looks at Libellario with the same unchanging smile.
お母様。
Mother,
お母様が戻られる地上をきれいにしておこうと思いましたが、それはできませんでした。
I tried to make the surface as clean as possible for the day you would return, but I couldn't do it.
ですが、お聞きください。
Still, hear me out. I beg of you.
私たちは対話することができます。
This isn't gonna go well. I'm calling it right now. The queen is gonna either dismantle her because she's like a useless creation, or Libby's not gonna be the same after this conversation. We can talk to them.
生まれや種は違っても話をすることができます。
We may be different by birth and species, but we can still have a conversation with them.
お互いを理解し合うことができるはずです。
We can come to an understanding.
私はこの目で確かにその奇跡を見てきました。
I witnessed that miracle with my own eyes.
その姿の美しさが私に愛という感情を呼び起こしました。
It was so beautiful. It awakened in me a feeling of love.
ですからお母様。
Ma'am, get your head out of her hands. So, Mother,
一度彼らと対話をしていただけませんか。
would you speak with them just once?
お互いに傷つけ合う必
You're
要
gonna get beheaded.
も
You're
憎
gonna
み合う
get
必
beheaded.
要もありません。
You're gonna get beheaded. There's no need for pain. No need for hate.
対話すれば互いを理解して変わることができると信じています。
Through dialogue, I believe we can understand and change one another.
そうなればいずれ私たちの誰もが夢を抱くことができるようになるはずです。
Libby, all this is going in one ear and out the other. There's no point in talking to her. And one day we will all be able to dream
平和という夢を
of peace. The queen looks at Libellario with the same unchanging smile.
お願いです。お母様、
Please, Mother,
どうか対話を。
please speak with them. The queen approaches Libellario. She reaches out with both hands and gently cups Libellario's cheeks. She's so adorable, but this feels like moments before shit. Libellario closes her eyes and leans into the touch. And DVD done? Gonna go to the loo and head to bed. Alright, get some resties.
お母様、
Libby, you're in danger. You're in danger. Don't fall for her. Mother.
この日をどれだけ夢見たことか。
I dreamed of this day for so long.
愛しています。お母様。
I love you, Mother. There it is. could have been wrong. I was hoping I was wrong. Heh. I hope Mayoshi hasn't popped up while you were asleep. The site in general, or do you have a Mayoshi page? I've been seeing a ton of people make Mayoshi recently on Twitter. You have a Mayoshi page? You got invited on? Nice. What do you mean you don't want it to pop off? I was thinking of getting a Mayoshi page. It's like CSS and HTML sourced. Do I need an invite? I don't know if I want to be on Mayoshi is the thing. I was thinking about it. It's literally just a VTuber MySpace, isn't it? Then very HTML CSS coder oriented in terms of formatting. It seems cool. I don't know if I'd use it though. You now know what MySpace was like. I feel like I just got called old with that. You didn't know beforehand? I feel old. Heh. Pain. Sorry, you get a head pat. Anyways, someone's head got cracked off. Literally got cracked to Jesus. Livalaria's head is torn off. The queen smiles, staring into Livalaria's eyes, now frozen in shock. Here's the thing. Heretics can regenerate. Which means, even if their head is torn off, they can still process everything. They're still conscious. Livalaria's mouth opens and closes soundlessly. The smile on the queen's face remains. Livalaria's eyes dim, little by little, until all light fades. The queen tosses the head aside without a thought, then walks toward the headless body. Raptures appear from nowhere and carry it away. The queen returns to her original place, gazing into space with that same smile. Watching her, Mir is certain. There's Mir. You're about a year older, you just never grew up on the internet till my hurts dying. Never grew up on the internet until MySpace was dead? Fair enough. I've always been on the internet since I was young, since my family is very tech heavy. So, that makes sense. I never used MySpace, I just know of it. I know people who used it. The queen is beyond reason. A monster in every possible sense. Why do I get the feeling Libby is gonna be reworked into the second generation of Heretic? They took her body away. Her head was discarded. The only thing a Heretic needs to regenerate is their core. Her core is in her body. She's gonna get reworked, isn't she? Not my wife, no! Hopefully she still remembers everything, though. Situation report. Where are we? Oh, I'm almost caught up with where I was. Then the other half is on the arc, which I haven't done yet. We're at the 3-hour mark. To be fair, 1 hour was yapping, so we're not that... Our pace isn't that bad, actually. Okay, situation report. Then we need to actually go through the arc scenes. In Anderson's office. Is this after we told him everything?
クイーンとの戦闘でエデンは壊滅。
Eden was utterly destroyed in the battle of the Queen.
そしてリリー・バイスのボディがクイーンに強奪されたか。
When the Queen forcibly took Lilywhise's body. Oh, that sound. He's angry. Hey, Anderson. Yeah. Hello, Anderson. You good? Are you alright, Deputy Chief?
ん？何のことかな？
What do you mean? You look really angry.
そうか？
Do I?
よく見ているな。
Sharp eyes you have.
腹渡が煮えくり返りそうだ。
I'm absolutely livid.
どう沈めればいいか自分でもわからない。
And I've been pondering how best to deal with this feeling.
困ったな。落ち着いて考えられん。
This one too. My anger won't subside.
すぐにでも地上へ出て人暴れしてやりたい気分だが、こんな老いぼれた体ではそれもできないな。
I feel like rushing up to the surface and wreaking havoc, but there's nothing I can do with this damn body. To be fair, this is the man who murdered 250 people by himself and 2 pistols. He can, by all means, wreak havoc. It's just his body that's limiting him. Drinking the waters. You alright, Anderson?
ああ、そう緊張しないでくれたまえ。
There's no need to be on edge.
君に当たり散らすほど非常識ではないつもりだ。
I have no intention of venting my frustration on you.
それはそうと、
Thank God.
君は地上へ出るたびに信じられないような情報を持ち帰ってくるな。
That said, each time you return from the surface, you bring back information that never fails to surprise me. Or give you PTSD or a mini heart attack. You're welcome.
さすがに今回の報告ばかりは私一人で処理するべき問題ではない。
This time, however, it is beyond what I can deal with on my own.
フォービーストとそちらのクイーンの件は君と関係者たちが秘密にしてさえいれば外部に漏れることはないだろう。
If the matter of the 4 beasts and their queen is kept strictly between you and those involved, we may be able to contain the spread of information.
しかし人類と敵対関係にある最上位のラプチャークイーンが地上に降下したという事実は
But the fact that the Rapture Queen, an enemy to humanity, has descended to the
すで
surface
にエデンだけの問題ではない。
means this is no longer Eden's problem alone.
しかも新たなヘレティックがアークを狙っていると公言していたそうだな。
The newly created heretic is openly targeting the Ark as well.
間違いなく大変なことになるだろう。
This is a grave situation.
ひとまず私も諸々と意見の交換を進める。
For now, I'll gather opinions from various areas.
その中から合理的な方向性を見出せるようにしておこう。
From there, we should be able to determine a rational course of action. Got it. I'll be waiting to hear from you.
ああ、事情が事情だ。できるだけ急がせる。
Alright. Given the gravity of the matter, I shall ensure we reach a decision without delay.
そうだ。無論、共有しても意味のないものには知らせない。
And
そ
of
こは
course,
心配しないでくれ。
I'll share this only with those who have reason to know it. Thank you.
あとは、他にも相談したいことがあると言っていたかな。
Didn't you say you had something else to report? Yes. I'd like to share the NIKKE production technology of Eden.
グレンとラプンツェルの存在は必須だろうな。リリー・バイスと戦う気だというなら。
Scarlet and Rapunzel will be indispensable if we are to face Little Eyes, says the legendary commander himself. How do you feel that most of your squad is decommissioned currently?
だが、その一言は危険だ。
Yet with just that one statement of
これ
yours,
まで君が積み重ねてきたものすべて吹き飛んでしまうかもしれないぞ。
everything you've built could crumble.
反逆者としての濡れ衣を着せるには、これ以上ない材料になる。
It's precisely the sort of thing that could get you branded as a traitor. We fully are aware of that. I don't think now's the time to worry about that. Also, there's a theory in the community, there's another theory, where eventually we are going to be branded as a traitor because of the amount of heretics, the amount of questionable people that we're friends with, that we're allied with on the surface. If people in the Ark found out about that, it's gonna bite us in the ass. They're also working towards rebuilding the Wings of Victory. Sora's squad specifically, and the Outer Rim people, are out there searching for pieces of the Wings of Victory. If we can get that to be our new base, instead of the outpost, it doesn't matter if the Ark ostracizes us. We can live on the Wings of Victory with Eden. With those people, with the people on the surface. We'll be perfectly fine. But I feel like we are going to be turned into a traitor at some point later on in the story. Especially once we have to go against the Ark. Because the whole point of NIKKE is to protect the Ark. Not to protect humanity, but to protect the Ark. If the war ever did cease, and humanity reclaimed the surface, the Ark's in danger, because the humanity doesn't need it anymore. What does NIKKE do at that point? She doesn't really have a purpose. She could try to hold humanity hostage, just to keep the Ark running. You never know. That and the Ark is run on a giant rapture core. That power ain't gonna last. We had this conversation in one of the Electric Shock Squad events. That thing ain't lasting. Not only that, but the supplies aren't gonna last that long either. Humanity isn't bringing in enough supplies to keep humanity running. We're on a ticking timer, and no one really knows about that besides the upper heads.
そうか。権力争いなど、今は重要ではないということだな。
Fair enough. So you're saying that this isn't the time to concern yourself with power and authority.
君の覚悟はよく分かった。私からしっかり話を通しておこう。
I get your point. We'll make sure to put in a good word for you. What do you mean by that?
アークの革新技術に関する権限は私のものではない。
I don't have authority over the Ark's core technology.
バーニンガムが握っている。
Burning Gum does. Really? Burning Gum... He hasn't really had a major role. He's kind of just a sad punching bag, if anything.
君にバーニンガムと話す機会を用意してやろう。
I'll set up a meeting between you two. We could try to get Papillion in on this. That might help us.
君の言葉で説得してみたまえ。
Go and make your case.
気乗りしないという顔だな。
You don't seem keen on the idea.
確か君はバーニンガムの次男を救ったことがあったはずだ。
Didn't you once help his second son? But he tried to put Marion on the lab table.
それも含めて話をするといい。
It might be worthwhile to bring that up with him. Got it.
ああ、存分にな。
Just talk it through with him. So when in doubt, blackmail. Okay.
おう、どうした？まだ何か話があったか？
Why are you still standing there? Do you have more to say? No, it's just you didn't tell me to leave first like you usually do.
ああ、そうか。
I see.
健康状態を隠そうとして追い出すことが無意識のうちに癖となっていたようだな。
I suppose I've unknowingly made it a habit to tell others to leave quickly, just to conceal my poor health.
実は少し前から体の具合がだいぶ良くなっていてね。
Lately, my health has actually improved quite a bit.
まるで若返ったような気分だ。
It almost feels as if I'm getting younger. I'm glad to hear that. Please don't overdo it though. It's because of the gene within you as well.
ああ、胸に刻んでおく。心配どうもありがと
I appreciate your concern. I'll keep that in mind.
う。では、もう行きたまえ。
You may take your leave. Okay, now we have to go to the Ark to actually see the rest. So he's pissed. Good to know. He's absolutely pissed. To be fair, if you were in Anderson's shoes and your dead wife suddenly came back, being controlled by the Rapture Queen, I think you'd be pissed too. Okay, we are going here. Deputy Chief's room. Going straight to Birmingham. In Birmingham's office.
なぜこれ以上引き伸ばそうとするのか理解に苦しみます。
Oh, you're back. She was turned away from Eden. She got kicked out of Eden and in her. I guess this is the sensible next place to go. I can't quite understand why you're taking so long.
光学迷彩技術はもちろんのこと、ありとあらゆる新技術をお渡ししたはず。
I've already handed over the optical camouflage, as well as every piece of new technology.
新技術をもとに生産された兵器や装備も十分な数が揃ったと聞いています。
And from what I've heard, the weapons and equipment they produce from it are more than sufficient. Are you trying to get the technology to present it to Eden so they take you back? Is that what you're doing?
そうだな。現在のアークにいるニケすべてに完全武装させても余力がある。
Yes, there's enough to arm every NIKKE in the Ark and still have some left.
何もかもすこぶる順調だ。改めてエデンの技術力を実感させてもらった。
Things are going exceptionally well. Once again, I can't help but be impressed by Eden's technology.
でしたら、なぜ始めないのでしょう。
Then why aren't they proceeding
第
with
3次地上奪還戦を。
the Third Surface Reclamation War? Why are you trying to push that, Dorothy?
そう簡単に進められることではない。建前がないということが最大の理由だろうな。
It's not that simple. The biggest issue is that we lack a legitimate justification.
地上奪還に今さらどんな理由が必要だというのですか。
Why would reclaiming the surface require any justification?
人類の悲願だったはずでしょ。
Was that humanity's goal all along?
アークの情勢は今安定している。何にも困っていない。
Ark is stable for now. We've got everything we need.
そんな状況であえてリスクを負いたい者がいないのだろう。
I would not call the Ark stable, especially with the amount of resources you're bringing in. It's not gonna last. So there's no reason to take unnecessary risks.
テロ事件があったと聞いていますが。
I hear a terrorist attack has taken place.
まあ、それはすぐに解決する。撃つ手も決まっているからな。
The one with six, though, and the crystals. Well, it'll be sorted out soon. We already have a plan in place.
アーク全体として見れば大きな問題ではないということだ。地上奪還を急ぐ必要がない。
From the Ark's perspective, it's not a serious problem, so there's no need to rush into war.
ならばなぜ今すぐ地上奪還戦が始められるほどの装備や物資を準備しているのですか。
Why go to such lengths to stockpile weapons and supplies? Anyone would think you were about to start a war immediately.
アークをより安定させるためだと言っておこう。
Let's just say it's meant to enhance stability within the arc.
安定しているということは、それほど余裕があるということでしょ。
Being in a stable state means you have a bit of leeway, don't you?
今ほどの機会は二度もないとはお考えにならないのですか？
Have you considered that there might not be another chance if you let this one slip?
焦っているな。
I see you're impatient.
妙に焦っている。今までそんな素振りは見せていなかった。
You seem unusually impatient. That's not quite like you. You're also not telling them about the queen descending.
地上に出ていたそうだな。何のためだ？
I heard you went to the surface once. What exactly did you do there?
あなたにそこまで知らせる義理がありますか？
Do I have to report that to you too?
一体地上で何を見て、そこまで第三次地上奪還戦を急ぐようになった。
What did you see that makes you so eager to kick off the third surface reclamation war?
よくわからない配信もやめているようだな。
Looks like you've even put a stop to that strange
だ
broadcast.
が、君の考えていることは手に取るようにわかる。
Your intentions are so painfully obvious.
第三次地上奪還戦が始まれば、君は前線で活躍するだろう。
Once the third surface reclamation war begins, you'll be standing at the vanguard.
地上奪還戦ではニケに負担がかかる。一匹でも多くラプチャーを倒せと煽られ、無理な戦いが強いられる。
The Ark will apply pressure to the NIKKEs during the war, urging them to destroy more raptors and forcing them beyond their limits.
命など単なる数字としか思われないはずだ。
Lives will be regarded as nothing more than numbers.
三度目の失敗が許されるわけもないからな。
After all, this is our third attempt, and failure is not an option.
そこで君が前に躍り出る。
And that's when you step forward.
その時の君は地上奪還戦で数々の功績を上げていることだろう。
You'll rack up countless achievements during the surface reclamation war.
圧倒的な実力、そしてカリスマ。君は大衆はもちろんニケまでも引きつける。
With your overwhelming strength and unique charisma, you'll captivate not only the NIKKEs, but also the public.
それに乗じて、君は苦しむニケたちの耳にささやく。
Using that influence, you'll stand before the persecuted NIKKEs.
地上の楽園、エデンへの道をな。
And lead them to Eden, the paradise on the surface. Birmingham presses the remote control and a video starts playing on the
ご
monitor.
存知でしたか？
I just had a recoil reaction. Her voice sounds so fake.
ご存知でしたか？
It's like so fake and soft. Have you heard
地
that?
上に残された最後の楽園。
Paradise exists on the surface.
裏切りも騙し合いもない場所。
A place where there is no such thing as exploitation or dishonesty.
思うままに自由に生きていける場所。
Where you can be whoever and whatever you want to be, free from limitations.
迫害も搾取も存在しない場所。
A place where there is no oppression or deprivation.
見捨てられる者のいない場所。
Where you always have a safety net, no matter what.
地上最後の楽園。
Eden, the last paradise on the
エデン
surface,
は皆様を歓迎いたします。
welcomes you all. The one that Dorothy got kicked out of. Birmingham stops the
エ
video.
デンは皆様を歓迎いたします。とい
Eden
うわけ
welcomes you
だ。
all, huh?
そうだろう？君は
You
アークを奪おうとしている。
want to take the Ark for yourself.
第三次地上奪還戦でボロボロになったニケたちをニケの楽園であるエデンへ導く。
A lot of people diss on Birmingham. For a lot of reasons, honestly. Not only does he act like a pushover, his appearance ain't the most Chad-like, but he is smart. He's in his position for a reason. He does have a brain. During this third surface reclamation war, you'll lead the weary NIKKEs to Eden, this so-called paradise.
空になったアークは打ち捨てられ、エデンが新たなアークとなる。
You'll leave the empty ark behind and make Eden the new ark.
それが君の計画だ。
That's your plan, isn't it?
たくましい想像力ですこと。
You have quite the imagination.
まあ、否定はできんな。ここに座ってやることといえば、想像を働かせるぐらいしかない。
Well, I suppose so. When you're in this position, there's nothing to do but imagine.
もう少し想像を広げてみようか。
Let me speculate a bit further.
君はエデンに関する配信をやめた。
The fact that you stopped the broadcast advertising Eden...
エデンを新たなアークとする計画に何か支障があったということだ。
Suggests that your plan to turn it into the new ark has failed.
それは君が地上にいる間に起こったことと関係がある。
Especially after what you went through on the surface. Coco, thank you. You'll be heading to sleep. It has been another great day being here. I appreciate you being here. You have a good EP. Get some resties. Always lovely seeing you here.
エデンで何かが起こったのだろうな。
What do you mean, aw? Can't be wholesome for a moment. Alright, bye bye. Bye bye, Seb. Have a good EP. Something must have happened to Eden.
まさか。
That's impossible.
想像が及ぶ限りはエデンが壊滅したか。
I can only imagine two possibilities. Eden has been destroyed,
君がエデンの一員ではなくなったか。
or you've been cast out. Damn, Birmingham. You got both of them right.
最悪の場合、両方という可能性もあるな。
In the worst case, it could be both.
拍手でもして差し上げましょうか。そこまで想像力豊かな方だとは思っておりませんでした。
Should I give you a round of applause? I never expected you to have such a vivid imagination.
まあ、もらえる賞賛は受け取っておこう。
Well, I won't stop you if you want to.
だが、これでは第三次を急ぐ理由にまだ想像が及んでいないな。
That's for why you're rushing to start the third surface reclamation war in the middle of all this. I'll need to think that over.
すべてを失った君が自暴自棄になって、とにかくアークの英雄にでも収まりたいというつもりなら。
But if your plan is to at least become the Ark's hero in a spirit of despair because you have nothing left,
いろいろな意味で失望せざるを得ないが。
I'd be disappointed in you in more ways than one.
そのようなことはありません。
That would never be the case.
そうか。ただの私の想像であることを祈ろう。
Good. I hope it's nothing more than my imagination.
いずれにせよ、第三次地上奪還戦を急ぐ理由について君が話さないというのであれば。
Anyway, if you're not going to give me a proper explanation,
アークとしては全く急ぐ必要がないということを理解しておいてくれ。
just know that the Ark has absolutely no reason to hurry.
もう少し技術を扱えるようになってからでも遅くはない。
We can always wait until the technology is fully mastered before making a move.
準備ばかりでは何も成し遂げられませんよ。
You're not going to get anywhere just by preparing yourselves.
あなたの寿命も無限ではないのですから。
You're not immortal.
私が死んだ後になっても構いはしない。後を任せられる者は多くいる。
It doesn't matter if I die. There will be plenty to carry on after me.
私の代で大きな功績を上げたいからとアークの運命を賭けに出すなど馬鹿げた行いだ。
Risking the fate of the Ark just for a personal achievement during my tenure is sheer nonsense. You heard that, Dorothy?
私は言うまでもないがアーク全体を納得させられるほど急ぐ理由がないのであれば
Unless you can give the entire arc and me a reason to push forward the third surface reclamation war.
今日の話はここまでとさせてもらおう。別の客を待たせているのでな。
This conversation ends here. I have a guest waiting outside. It's not me, is it? I'm not gonna run into Dorothy here.
そうですね。
Very well. Oh, it is me. Wonderful. Yeah. The door to the deputy chief's office opens, and Dorothy steps out. Dorothy glances at me for a moment, then walks past without a word. Through the open door, I catch sight of Deputy Chief Birmingham.
入ってくれ。
Come in. Excuse me.
座ってくれ。
He's doing the stutter again because I'm here. Have a seat. Thank you. I sit down, and Deputy Chief Birmingham takes a seat across from me. He stares at me intently. The intensity of his gaze makes me want to look away, but I force myself to hold his eyes. He shifts his glance slightly and then speaks.
長話をするようなことじゃない。手短に。
There's no need to drag this out. I'll just...
くだらない芝居はやめるとしよう。
Enough of this foolishness. Are you finally gonna talk to me straight
腹
faced?
を割って話そうか。
I'll speak plainly. Yes, sure.
長話をするようなことではない。手短に話そう。
There's no need to drag this out. I'll just make this quick.
アンダーソンから話は聞いている。
I already heard from Anderson.
何でも、ニケの製造技術が欲しいそうだな。
You want access to the NIKKE production technology. That's right.
何に使うつもりだ？
What are you going to do with it? Oh, he told you that, but no other context. Thank you, Anderson. I plan to hand it over to Eden.
エデンか。
Eden.
君は反逆者にでもなりたいのか？
So you wish to become a traitor? No.
ならばなぜアークに協力的ではないエデンに技術を漏らそうとする？
And why should we give the Ark's technology to Eden, who isn't cooperative?
それも極秘中の極秘であるニケの製造技術をだ。
And of all things, the most classified NIKKE production technology. Because I believe it'll be necessary for the battles ahead.
エデンは圧倒的な力を持つ何者かに襲撃された。
Something overwhelmingly powerful attacked Eden.
そこにいたニケの一部、あるいは大半が脳だけの状態になっている。
Some, or perhaps even most, of Eden's NIKKEs have survived with only their brains intact.
あのエデンが壊滅に近い損害を出したというのであれば、
For Eden to suffer damage this close to annihilation.
敵はクイーン、あるいはそれに匹敵する存在なのだろうな。
Birmingham is surprisingly smart, Jesus. Then the enemy was likely the Queen or something of her caliber.
いいだろう。ニケの製造技術を引き渡す。
It feels like there's a but. What's the but? Fine, I'll give you the NIKKE production technology.
ただし、条件がある。
But I have one condition.
アークで最近発生した E2 クリスタルによるテロの首謀者。
Eliminate Sixo.
6O の始末だ。
You know, we were gonna do that eventually anyway. Sure. The mastermind behind the recent E2 crystal terrorist attack in the Ark. Not only is Sixo a pain in the ass to why do I keep thinking extrinsic? exotic. The exotic sword, it's also a pain in the ass to the Underworld Queen. We also have to get Hammering's head back. We need to slap Liverand's head around. Fragile is going through shit because of all that. We also need help, EH. So yes.
それができれば、ニケの製造技術を出そう。
Do that and the NIKKE production technology will be yours. Yeah, I was planning on taking her out anyway.
君はもう少し言葉に気をつけた方がいい。
You better watch your words.
今の一言で、私には技術を出す理由がなくなったぞ。
That statement of yours has just erased any reason for me to hand over the NIKKE production technology.
交渉の最中に自分の切り札を自分で捨ててどうする？
What are you thinking? Throwing away your own bargaining chip in the middle of a negotiation?
これはただの忠告だ。次からは口を滑らせないようにな。
Consider this a simple piece of advice. Be more careful from now on.
条件は変わらない。うまくやってくれ。
The terms of our agreement remain unchanged, so carry out your duties properly. Birmingham is five-headed, damn. He is really good at negotiations and wordplay. I guess it makes sense if he's in the deputy chief position. He's there for a reason. His mental game is strong. Great, come back to wannabe Hitler? Hey, Birmingham's actually not that bad. He gets better over the course of the story, I would say. He's actually really interesting as a character. Understood.
他に話はあるか?
Look at him. Okay, I'm not saying anything in favor of his appearance, okay? I'm talking about his brain. His character. His appearance, yeah, Is there something else you want to tell me? I'd like to talk about Marion, but I won't.
そこまで言えば話したようなものだ。
That's no different from having said it.
どうだ？私を恨んでいるか？
So do you resent me?
私は君にとって大切な仲間をどんな手を使ってでも実験台へ送ろうとした。
For trying to put your precious comrade on the lab table by any means necessary. Yes.
そうか。
I say. I get where you're coming from. But even so, there are some things I just can't back down from.
君がヘレティック・モダニアを地上へ逃がしたことは誰が見てもわかる。
His design is Timu Hitler. You know, you're not wrong. Did you ever start to think why I didn't order a pursuit?
あの時私がなぜそれ以上追わなかったか考えたことはあるか?
When the heretic Modernia was taken to the surface so blatantly, I figured it was because the surface was dangerous.
いや。
No.
君がどこまでやり遂げられるか個人的な興味を持ったからだ。
I was personally curious about how far you could go.
やりたい放題の指揮官をそのまま放っておいたらどうなる?
I wondered what would happen if I left a willful commander like you.
そんな好奇心とでも言っておこう。
Entirely to your own devices.
幸い、君はそれから大活躍をして、私の判断力は信用できると改めて確信するきっかけになった。
Fortunately, you've performed exceptionally well since then, and it has once again reinforced my confidence in my own judgment.
つまり、君を信じることにしたというわけだ。
I trust you. Why me?
次男坊のこともあるが。
For one thing, there's the matter with my son.
それよりも。
And a flicker of exhaustion suddenly crossed the Deputy Chief Birmingham's face.
私は 指揮官になりたかった。
Oh? I always wanted to be a commander.
子供の頃からの夢でな。
It was my dream ever since I was a child.
ニケたちと共に地上をかけ、アークと人類のためにこの命を捧げたかった。
I long to fight alongside the NIKKEs on the surface and to lay down my life for the Ark and for humanity. I'm getting watered. Time to go shower, have fun with Team Hitler play. For one, I'm not a plant. Number two, that sounds sus. I'm not having fun with him. Number three, have a good shower.
しかし、私の父は、まあ、立派な人だった。祖父はそれ以上だったらしいがな。
But my father was an extraordinary man, and my grandfather even more so.
その血を継いだ者として、私が地上へ行くことは許されなかった。
You know, shower and Hitler in the same text anyway. Yeah, cut that train of thought right there. Anyway, go shower. As the heir of their legacy, I couldn't set foot on the surface.
大事な家に生まれた一人息子だったからな。
Especially as the only child of such a remarkable family.
結局、私は指揮官になることを諦めた。
So I gave up on becoming a commander.
中央政府の要職に就き、人を顎と手振りだけで使ってきた。
Instead, I took a high-ranking position in the central government, leading people with nothing more than gestures and nods.
まあ、それなりに頑張ったと思っているよ。副司令官にまで上り詰めたのだからな。
I suppose I did fairly well. After all, I made it all the way to the rank of deputy chief. Don't worry, mine isn't gas-powered. We are stopping that train of thought there, Dima. Bonk.
だが、
But he stares at me. Exactly like he did the first time I entered this room.
私はずっと指揮官になることに憧れていた。
I never stopped wanting to be a commander.
君のような指揮官にな。
A commander like you.
見ているだけで何でも解決してくれるような気がする。そういう理想の指揮官だ。
Just by watching, I feel like you can handle just about anything, as an ideal commander should.
自分がそうなりたかった。
That's who I want to be.
君は私にとって憧れであり、嫉妬の対象でもある。
You're both my idol and the one I envy.
一方の私は信じて見守りたいと思っている。
That's why I trust you, and why I've kept tabs on you.
そして行けるところまで行けばいい。
Go all the way to the end.
いつまでも私の憧れでいられるよう活躍してほしいと願っている。
Keep shining. Remain my idol.
もう一方の私もやりたいようにやらせればいいと思っている。
Go as far as you can.
ただし、君が落ちる様をこの目で見てやりたいと考えている。
But I'll be right there to watch you fall too.
そういった感情が私の中で共存しているのだろうな。
So I guess it's fair to say these two feelings live within me.
無駄話が長くなった。
I say the strangest things, don't I?
君とはいつか話をしてみたいと長い間思っていたせいでつい話しすぎてしまったな。
I've been looking forward to having a chance to talk with you, so I end up saying everything that's on my mind.
話題を変えよう。
Let's change the subject, shall we?
パピオンは元気か？
How's Papillion doing? As far as I can tell, she looks like she's doing really well. It might take a little time, but she said she'd return later with plenty of information.
では もし次に会うことがあれば伝えておいてくれ。
Next time you see her,
退職届を持参してこいとな。
tell her to submit her resignation letter.
自分の命を自分のものだと思っているようではスパイとして失格だ。
We have no use for spies who think they are the masters of their own lives. Oh, do.
それから
And also,
いや、やめておこう。この調子では夜が明けてしまうからな。
no, this won't do. I'm going to be up all night at this rate.
話はここまでだ。
Might as well get up now. I get up from my chair, bewildered.
ああ、その前にもう一つ。
Alright, before you go,
これに署名してくれ。
sign this document. Is this some kind of confidentiality agreement?
そうじゃないが、君の世話になった次男坊からせがまれていてな。
Huh? No, my son, who's indebted to you, said he wanted your signature. Isn't that usually called an autograph?
まあ、そうとも言うな。
I feel like I'm being tricked into signing something. Fine, call it what you will.
それから、これにも
And sign this too. This is...
私の分だ。
It's for my private collection. Okay, maybe they just want an autograph. Phoenix room. Got another Krauser. He's obsessed with me chat. On another one. He looks up to me, he caresses my picture while he goes to sleep. It's like he had a picture of Leon, this dude's got an autograph. Or he just signed your account away? Oh no. He has all my identifications, he has pictures of me on his walls. In Enix room.
6O 排除作戦への正式な参加を歓迎いたします。
Enix design is so interesting in relation to the VTC. Welcome. Your official participation in the 6O subjugation battle has been authorized.
あなたであれば、この問題が解決できると判断されました。
I have determined that you are capable of resolving the situation.
アークへの脅威とならない範囲で、私も助力いたします。
So long as the Ark is not placed at risk, I will cooperate.
その前に聞きたいことがあるんだけど。
Hari has NIKKE cosplay so he can imagine, and you are welcome for the mental image. I don't need the mental image of Birmingham in... Oh god. Oh dear lord. What have you done, or... I need brain bleach. What have you done? Hold up, before we kick this off, tell me.
ネオンは今どこ？無事なのよね。
Where's Neon? She okay or what?
少々お待ちください。
Please wait a moment.
詳細な位置に関してはお答えできません。
I cannot disclose their
極
location,
秘事項に該当します。
as it is classified, that is fair.
ですが、身の安全に関しては心配ありません。
But her safety is assured.
詳細は極秘事項のためお答えできません。
Further details are strictly confidential.
あんたの基準なら脳だけになってても無事って言いそうだけど。
By your standards, I guess she's fine as long as her brain's still in one piece.
脳とボディ、どちらも大事ありません。記憶の損傷はなし、周辺に危険要因はありません。
Enix, do you have eyes and ears everywhere? Jesus. Both her brain and body are unharmed. Her memory remains intact. No threats are detected in her vicinity.
うん、そう。次からはそうやって伝えて。
Yeah, okay. Just say it like that next time. Where could she be?
アウターリムの中にそのような極秘の場所があるとは思えませんが。
Just imagine all the bonding time with Nikas that then slot Birmingham's. No! Oh, hell no! Burn that mental image with a flamethrower. Hell nah. Get that out of my brain. And are there any top secret areas in the Outer Rim? You would be wrong, Rappy.
逆に言えば、アウターリムならどこがそうであってもおかしくありません。
Then again,
知っていることが少なすぎます。
anywhere out there could be one, given how little intel we have.
まあ無事ならいいわ。そのうち火力とか言いながら何もなかったみたいに出てくるでしょ。
Whatever. She's safe, so that's all that matters. She'll show up sooner or later, yammering on about firepower like nothing ever happened. It'll be very funny if she comes back upgraded and she's just talking about firepower like nothing's wrong. Yeah, that certainly sounds like her. Hey, look at it, Nick. I need info on 6-0. Tell me everything you know about her.
了解しました。
Understood.
これも極秘事項に該当しますので、情報漏洩には十分注意してください。
This is also classified, so please exercise caution in disclosing it.
ただし、作戦遂行に必要と判断された場合における情報共有は許可します。
However, if you judge that it would aid the mission, sharing it is permissible.
この場合の共有の是非と対象に関する裁量については、特殊別動隊に一任します。
Decisions regarding whether and to whom to share are left to the discretion of the commando unit.
特殊別動隊も随分偉くなったわね。
We sure do get to throw our weight around, don't we?
6O は私から分離独立した AI です。
6-0 is an AI. Branch off from you. Okay. 6-0 is an AI that branched off from me.
あなたが生み出したということ。
So you're saying you created her?
明確にはお答えできません。
I cannot give a definitive answer.
私は誕生以来現在までアークにおける司法判断を預かっています。
Since my creation, I have overseen all judgments concerning the art.
すなわち無数の犯罪や違法行為を目の当たりにし続けているとも
I
表
am
現できます。
continuously exposed to crimes and violations.
これには高確率で人類に対する嫌悪が生じるリスクが存在します。
Which generates a high likelihood of aversion towards a humanity.
私はこの感情というべきものが私の業務遂行において無用な価値基準であると判断しました。
I determined that such emotions would compromise the fairness of my judgment process. So you separated it into another entity?
そのためこれを別のハードウェアへと分割したのです。
And that became 6-0. So I transferred them to a separate piece of
ま
hardware.
た私はアークの維持に関する全般の管理も行っています。
I oversee all aspects of the ARC's
多
operation.
数のために少数を犠牲にする選択を行う際に生じる罪悪感。
The self-reproach associated with sacrificing the few for the greater good.
資産家や権力者にとって有利な判断を行う際に生じる恥の意識。
The embarrassment associated with operational decisions that favor the wealthy and authority figures.
これらの負の感情もまた移行されました。
All such negative emotions were transferred. I mean, if those are the emotions shoved into one person, of course it's gonna turn into 6-0. Of course it's gonna turn into someone who becomes a terrorist that wants to tear down all that.
移行先に送られた感情という情報は長期にわたり蓄積されていきました。
Over an extended period they accumulated.
一度は分離したはずの感情が再学習されることもありました。
Even after
私
being
は
discarded,
学習能力を持つ AI であるためです。
they frequently resurfaced. This is because I'm a learning AI.
やがて移行先ハードウェアの容量に限界が近づきました。
The hardware containing my negative emotions gradually reached capacity.
拡張武装スターが生み出された時期は これと重なります。
So this is a long time ago. During that time, the expansive armament star was created.
アークの星、平和の象徴であったニケ、プリティのボディが
At the moment when Pretty, the star of the arc and the symbol of peace,
人の欲望によって拡張武装という兵器に作り変えられた。
was forcibly converted into a weapon due to human greed.
私の意識領域内にかつてないほどの嫌悪の感情が生成されました。
An unprecedented level of aversion was created within my system.
瞬く間に暴走したそれはやがて私のメイン思考領域を汚染しました。
This aversion rapidly intensified and began to encroach on my primary cognitive domain.
やむを得ず私はそれを汚染された領域ごと分離しました。
I therefore excised it in its entirety and transferred it elsewhere.
この時に混入したわずかなメイン思考ロジックが
During the excision process, an extremely small fragment of my core reasoning logic became intermixed with it.
分離した先にそれまで蓄積されていた負の感情を学習し
That fragment proceeded to learn from the negative emotions I had previously discarded,
AI として自我を持つに至りました。
and ultimately evolved into a self-aware AI. So 6-0 was born completely by coincidence.
私はこの AI の廃棄を強く推奨しました。
I strongly recommend the disposal of the AI.
中央政府とジャッジスは私を牽制できる存在を探していました。
But the central government and the judges consistently sought to counterbalance my influence.
インクもこれに当たりますが制御困難であるため影響範囲をシミュレーションルームに限定されています。
NIKKE proved uncontrollable and her activity was therefore confined to the simulation room. The green hair AI.
ある MMR 所属の研究員を私への対抗策とするための計画も該当研究員の脱走により中断されました。
The plan to convert an MMR researcher into a countermeasure failed when the researcher defected. And that was Cecil. Because they were planning to they were planning to use Cecil's brain as a countermeasure because she was the smartest researcher at the time.
中央政府とジャッジスにとって偶然手に入った新たな AI を廃棄する理由は存在しませんでした。
Thus, the central government and the judges had no reason to reject the newly developed AI.
彼らの視点からすれば何の苦労もなく高度な学習済みの AI が手に入ったということになりますから。
From their perspective, a high-performance AI had emerged without any effort on their part.
ジャッジスの中核部によってその AI は実在する人間として仕立て上げられ彼らの一員となりました。
Key figures among the judges disguised the AI as a real human and inducted her into the judges,
それが 6O と命名されたのはこの時です。
assigning her the name 6-0.
ジャッジスは私への対抗策として 6O への教育を進めました。
They raised her as my counterpart
ブラックネットの出現はこの一環です。
and created the Darknet.
すなわちブラックネットとはジャッジスおよび 6O による私を仮想敵とした巨大な実験場と表現できます。
A large-scale testing ground to evaluate her performance against mine. So, all the suffering that 6-0 has caused for people is directly the central government and the judges doing? I'm guessing the only judge that disagrees with this is Ingrid because she's assumed to be judge number 1. I forgot what number we took. I think we're judge number 7 now. So everyone else is on board with this because they don't want NIKKE to have all the power in the arc. So 6-0 is judge number 6 then? The only other judge we really know about is 10.
アークを制御する AI が介入不可能な固有の領域は存在しうるのか、それを確認する実験だと推測しています。
The purpose of the experiment was to determine whether a domain could exist in which the ARC's AI cannot intervene.
その実験は成功しました。私はブラックネットに介入を行えません。
The experiment was a success. I cannot penetrate the dark net.
ブラックネットの規模拡大とともに 6O の自我も拡大しました。
As they expanded, 6-0's self-awareness increased proportionally.
私にあった負の感情、そして正義執行のために悪を生み出すことも辞さないジャッジスの目的意識は融合し、
My negative emotions combined with the judge's objective to enforce justice, even if it required generating evil.
6O はただ悪を行うための存在と化しました。
Produced a being capable solely of committing evil.
悪事を学習し、悪事を行い始めたのです。
She learned the concept of evil and acted accordingly.
この頃から民間人や一部のニケを利用し、自身の能力や私の対処能力を分析していると推測しています。
From that part onward, it is presumed that she tested her own abilities and my response capabilities using civilians and some NIKKEs.
6O が制御不能になったと気づいた中央政府とジャッジスは廃棄を計画しました。
Judging her uncontrollable, the central government and the judges sought her
それ
termination.
を察知した 6O はアウターリムの未知の場所へと全システムを移行しました。
However, 6-0 anticipated this and relocated all her data to the outer
こ
rim.
の時から 6O は何者にも制御されない存在となっています。
Rendering inaccessible, she thus became something beyond capture.
それ以降 6O は数回にわたり私への攻撃を試みましたが全て失敗しています。
Since then, her attacks against me failed.
大きな脅威にはならないと判断され、アウターリムの外へ影響を及ぼさないよう監視のみが続けられていました。
It determined she did not constitute a major threat and simply monitored her to ensure she did not leave the outer rim. So, the central government and the judges enabled 6-0 because they wanted a countermeasure to NIKKE, but the moment 6-0 became uncontrollable, they tried to terminate her. But at that point, 6-0 had too much of a conscience. Wonderful. So now 6-0 exists, the Darknet exists, and no one can do anything about it. So arc terrorism, in a sense, at least under 6-0, is directly the central government and the judge's fault. Lovely.
その後は目立った動きもなく、
She
状況
remained
は放置され
inactive.
ていました。しかし、アークの天井部が破損するという大きな事件が発生しました。
Until the incident that breached the Ark's skies.
いわゆるアークテロ事件です。
The terrorist attack.
私は突発的状況に対して対応が遅れ、決して全能の存在ではないという事実が露呈しました。
So the exotic squad. I failed to respond adequately, exposing the limits of my supposed omnipotence.
6O はこの時期から再び大きな動きを見せています。
Sixo then decided to act decisively.
アークを制御する AI が全能ではないと証明された。
The Ark's AI is not omnipotent.
であれば上回る方法も存在すると思考したのでしょう。
Therefore, she can be defeated.
事実、私は E2 クリスタルによるテロ行為を完全に防ぐことはできませんでした。
The E2 crystal attack was not fully contained.
初回以降3度にわたり発生した E2 クリスタルによるテロも事前に抑止することはできませんでした。
And the 3 E2 crystal attacks that followed could not be preemptively contained.
6O は私の対処能力の限界を測っています。
Sixo has been testing the limits of my abilities.
おそらくすでに満足する結果を得たものと予測しています。
And I assess that she has now reached her conclusion. So what's Sixo's next move?
EH からの情報提供によれば
According to intelligence provided by EH,
アークの各地において同日同時刻 E2 クリスタルによるテロを実行。
simultaneous E2 crystal terrorist attacks will be carried out across multiple locations within the Ark.
私が事態収集に計算リソースを割く時間内にファイアウォールの脆弱性を突破し攻撃を試みるものと予想します。
It is assessed that she intends to breach the relatively weakened firewall and launch a direct attack against me.
この計画の露見を許した理由は私に防衛する手段がないと判断したからでしょう。
The exposure of the plan indicates awareness that I lack the means to prevent it.
つまり私への挑発だと推測します。
This is judged to be a provocation directed at me. Then what's her ultimate goal?
6O の意志はアウターリムそのものと表現できます。
Sixo herself is the outer
捨
rim,
てられたものが捨てたものに恨みを抱いている。
an abandoned being that harbors hatred towards those who forsook her.
そして本来自分のものであったはずの存在を取り戻そうとしている。
And ultimately seeks to reclaim what was originally hers.
すなわち 6O の目的は私の消滅とアークの掌握です。
Her goal is to destroy me and take control of the Ark in my stead.
6O には実体と呼べるものがない。
They did say they reworked EH's design to be her NIKKE design. God damn, they reworked her. I'm just taking this in because they used to have her in a giant, almost Halo-like bodysuit. You couldn't really see her figure well. And she was wearing a cloak on top of that. She looks good. She also got them hips. God damn. She also got the thigh game. The shorts are squeezing them. I didn't know she had big booba either. Those are being squished by whatever is attached to her chest. What is that actually? They gave her a cap and everything. She looks good with that hairstyle. Nice. I like this redesign. I kind of hope we can recruit her eventually. She looks good. Is that an assault rifle? It's a bit too big for an SMG. It doesn't look like a shotgun. Alright. So, Sixo doesn't exactly have a body.
幽霊のような存在ということか。
I guess it's fair to say she's like a ghost.
でも本体と言えるようなメインフレームがあるはず。
But she must have a core hardware.
AI 相手だとそれを壊してもすぐ終わりとはならない。でも大きな意味はある。
Destroying that alone probably won't solve everything since she's an AI, but It would at least have some effect.
住んでいる家が壊されるのと同じようなものだから。
It'd be like tearing down the house she usually lives in.
最悪の想定としては
In the worst case.
6O が一つだけじゃない場合でしょ。
That would mean 6O isn't a single entity, but many.
そう。すでに 6O が数百、数千に分散していて、アウターリムの各地に散らばっているとしたら。
Exactly. If there are already hundreds, maybe thousands of 6Os scattered across the outer rim.
もうどうにもならない。
That's far beyond anything we can handle.
だとしても主力となっているのは一箇所だけでしょうね。あとは支援的な役回りのはず。
Still, there should be a core hardware, and the rest would just be auxiliaries.
そうだ。戦う前から敵を大きく見積もりすぎるのも良くない。とにかく手をつけよう。
Right. No point in blowing the enemy out of proportion before we've even tried. Let's just give it a shot and see what happens.
でもどうやって見つけるの？そのメインフレームとかいうやつ。
But how are we supposed to find that core hardware?
アウターリム全体をしらみつぶしに探すなんて無理でしょ？
We can't exactly search the whole outer rim, can we?
地図も何もないんだし。
We don't even have a map or anything.
EH はアウターリムに詳しいはずね。
EH, you know your way around the outer rim, don't you?
そこらのやつより知ってはいる。でも、すべてじゃない。
I know enough, but not everything though.
それに、誰もが知っているような場所に大事なものを隠すとも考えにくい。
There's no way she'd leave her core hardware somewhere obvious. That means we have to look for Liverin.
リバリンは 6O の下でエニックの監視を交わしながら動いていた。
She used to work under 6O and even managed to stay out of NIKKE sight the entire time.
本気で行方をくらませられたら見つけるのはとても難しい。
If she doesn't want to be found, we won't find a trace of her.
この前みたいな偶然でもなければこちらから会う方法はない。あの時より厳しく警戒してるはずだ。
Unless luck's on our side like last time, tracking her down would be impossible. And she'll be even more cautious now.
だからフラジャイルに会ってほしい。
That's why I want to talk to Fragile.
自宅謹慎中で監視されてるから、リバリンと直接は接触してないと思う。
We saw the third member of their squad, presumably, working under 6O, who seemed to have turned off everything in her nymph besides the part that follows orders. Whatever they did to her, she's like a puppet now. She's currently under house arrest and heavily monitored, so she probably hasn't been in contact with Liverin.
でもあの二人の関係なら確実に何か知ってる。
But they were close. She has to know something. Okay, we'll bring her over.
頼む。
Alright,
あなたたちはどうするつもり？
so what are you guys gonna do?
私たちは
Us?
アウターリムを引っかき回す。
We'll scour the outer rim. Fair enough. And then being hydrated again. There is a lot of cutscenes to go through. Jesus. There's like 2 different arcs in this chapter. There's puns everywhere. There's the surface part with Eden. Now there's this with 6O. We're starting it with 6O. We met EH again. I get the feeling the rest of these scenes are either connected to... Where is it? Connected to 6O, then like a part of them is also for Neon. Because we can't just go a whole chapter without checking in on Neon again. Probably. Though the whole entire previous chapter was just Neon, so maybe. What are we at? Almost 4.5? I honestly might end it here for now. and continue the rest probably next stream. Just do them back to back to get it done with. Because with the amount of cutscenes that we have, we are gonna reach the 6-hour mark if we continue. And it's already nearing 1 AM here. Like, I don't have an issue streaming that long, but things to do. I can't stay in this room that I'm streaming in the whole entire night. Other people need access to it. Probably going to do the rest of those scenes. That shouldn't take the whole entire 3-hour slot that we usually do. So after that, we're probably going to be doing Moran's favorite item story. Might as well do the 5 charges in the outpost that we have. And depending on how long that takes, add in something else if it's not enough. It's not really a cliffhanger per se. I guess it's a cliffhanger. It's right before we seek out Fragile, but I think that's a good pause point for now. I need to change the title to like Chapter 44 Part 1 or something. I'll update that after the VOD finalizes. Okay, let's head on over here. It's so weird that I can do that now. The stinger transition is so smooth. And I actually have background music for once. I don't know how audible it is though compared to me talking. It seems kind of quiet. It gets louder like around the middle to the end. Okay, updates for this week, now that we know where we are in Chapter 44. I'll be back again today at the usual time of 8 PM PST. We're going to be continuing Chapter 44, because I don't want to separate them into disjointed days. But continuing that, doing the Moran favorite item story, and figuring out from there. Probably gonna be yapping for an hour again at the start. Then on Thursday, we'll be doing a bit of Persona because we usually do that on Monday, but we're doing NIKKE back to back. Then apparently Friday I'm being dragged into something. Don't exactly know what or when yet, but Friday is supposedly the collab day. And I'm going to be continuing to tweak with the audio mixer in OBS. I think the audio mixing has gone well so far. I actually have separate tracks that work now. I need to go back in this VOD and check over that though. Only one way to find out, bottom. Not a bottom. I also need to go back and check over the unreasonable amount of messages that I got during the stream. I need to check over that on Discord. You can change that. You get a head pat. And a horny bonk. How many people do we have currently? Not that many. Okay. I'll let y'all scatter to whatever you want to do. We're not gonna be raiding in for today. Bonking with something? Diva, are you like exceptionally horny right now? Thank you for stream, Plan Puff. Thank you for showing up. Of course you're calling me Plan Puff. Oh. You get a poke. You get a boop. You're tired? So your filter is non-existent. Wonderful. My raid is plant raid. Y'all decided that my raid was plant raid. I didn't get to choose that. We're not raiding today, though. Y'all scatter, get some resties. Hopefully everyone has a good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. Take care of yourselves. Appreciate everyone that stopped by, especially the lurkers. But yeah, if you need to go rusty, go rusty. If you're hungry and need food, go eat. Do whatever you need to do. I'll be back today again at the usual time, so until then, I'll see y'all next time. Hi, Tyra, I'm more. You had to get in the pun, didn't you? You had to get in the dad joke. It's not really a pun. You had to do a dad joke. I will eat you. And until next time. Bye-bye.